Didn't quite get hold of that one.
3.
As John was mentioning, it's not easy out there. All the excitement, the build-up.
Michael Wasley, 3.
And that's one of his strong suits. His safety is excellent. And it'll have to be against the long potting of Ding.
Yeah, I was saying Ding Junhui hasn't really realised his full potential here at the Crucible. But, he's such an exceptional talent that we just assumed that he was going to be the first Asian player to win the championship. But it's taken a bit of time, but he comes in to this tournament this year in great form. Must be brimming with confidence. Well, he's left Michael a little bit of a tempter here, this red along the cushion. You know, he knew he was going to leave it. And it's a nice angle if he pots this to finish on the black. It's worth taking on.
One.
Struck it beautifully. Good shot.
Well, he hasn't missed a pot yet, John. Perhaps it's better to walk out now. Never missed a ball
8.
in the Crucible.
9.
A little bit straighter on this red would have been ideal. Then he could just roll nicely through for the black. As you see, not straight enough. So probably play
7.
the pink, but there's enough loose reds to be going on with.
What he doesn't want at this stage, of course, is to miss an easy pot. I mean, pots are missable, but the easy ones will hurt you early on when you haven't been here before. Needs to keep his position tight. Big day today for his manager, Paul Mount, who's been with Michael since he's a young lad and travelled around the world with him in the amateur circuit and everything. And it's nice to see the young players coming through these days.
Just ran that through a little bit further than he would have liked. I don't know whether he can get into this cue ball and play the cannon on the pink to bring the reds into play. No, he just had to play for the loose red, but he played it nicely enough. There's a nice angle on this red that's just near the blue to come back
31.
down for the black. But soon he'll be looking for an angle off a colour to bring that main cluster of reds into
32.
play.
What you will discover out there, John, is that these cushions are a lot quicker than the ones on the practice table. They're quite lively on the bed.
Yeah, I did Ronnie O'Sullivan's match yesterday, and quite a few times he was overrunning with the pace of the table, so. Played that nice. Not the perfect angle on the black, so he may have to play for this one loose red. But imperative, off that loose red, he gets a good angle on the colour. Because he can't win the frame at the moment, the way the balls are situated. So key shot to this frame coming up now. Can he roll this red in and get a nice angle
47.
on the blue? couldn't, so he's going
48.
to have to go in and out of balk. Possibly in between yellow and brown. Balk cushion, left-hand side cushion, and into the red. So he'll be having to play this with a trace of left-hand side. Makes the pot missable, particularly at pace. Just didn't get enough side on it. But he played it at pace, and at least he potted the blue. And
53.
as I always say, at least if you pot the ball on, you get to play the next shot.
Yes, I think that, as you mentioned, John, the pot was a little bit too difficult to play with more side than that. And the problem was he didn't get a good angle on the black earlier on to go into the pack. But it's a good start, excellent start.
Michael Wasley, 53.
Well, if that doesn't settle the nerves, nothing will. Well played, and a good safety.
Well, that's put Michael in a bit of trouble now. May be forced to take this red on into the left corner. There's no straightforward safety on. And for me, if you've got a difficult pot or a difficult safety, you've got to take the pot on.
Yeah, looking from Hawkeye's perspective, no return to balk, so I agree with you. If you can't get safe, then you might as well go out having a go at a pot. He wouldn't leave much if he played the pot on the red left-hand side of the table. That was the problem, playing it up and down. There was always the danger of the double kiss. And that's what he's got. And he's left his opponent a chance. Decided not to play the pot, but there was always the danger of the double kiss.
One.
Not a bad angle on the blue. Maybe a little bit straighter would be better. He's got a choice here. There's a couple of reds that go, but of course he could play the cannon. The only thing is with the cannon, you are trusting a little bit to luck. But if he can't control the cue ball because of the thinner potting angle, then he may be as well playing the cannon. Depends how he sees it. And he's one of the best break builders in the game, so he normally makes the right decision. He played the cannon. He's okay, he's on a red.
6. Seven.
Just to stand across there for the black. Couldn't run through for him.
$14.
No, they just got enough angle here to come off two cushions. Got a good angle on the black to possibly disturb one of the
15.
four reds here. Very good in the balls, as John mentioned. Won 5 ranking tournaments this year. It's an absolutely wonderful achievement in today's very tough competition. So many good players that can win tournaments.
That's not worked out as planned. Wanted to hit both those reds together, not just the far one. So he'll do well to keep this going. If he plays the pot, it's a very thin cut. But made right of it and control the cue ball. But of course, it's always not easy. He can stay in and around the black spot area. Such was the potting angle. He had to go up for a baulk colour. So a good positional shot needed. He's on this red, just
25.
a little bit short of the intended target. So going
26.
back up for the blue. And this time he's found the perfect angle. I think we've got a new favourite for this first frame now. Last year, Ding got to the quarter-final, lost to Barry Hawkins, of course, who lost in the final to Ronnie O'Sullivan.
31.
And then the year before, lost in the first round, and it was 2011 was his best performance when he lost in the semi-final to Judd Trump. That was the year that
32.
Judd Trump lost in the final to John Higgins, but I'm giving you those stats, and he's played a very poor positional shot there. He was perfect on the red, but he's not perfect on the blue. So he's got a slight problem.
Wow. How can he get that far down the table with so little angle? That was a perfect strike with the cue ball.
37.
Yeah, the left-hand side helped it, but yeah, you can't play a run-through with side any better than that.
38.
He just can't get the right angle on the blue at the moment. He's okay, he's not going to leave himself too far away from the yellow.
Yeah, this was
43.
a tremendous shot. You see the side that widened the cue ball, but to get down perfect on this red was a great shot.
45. Yeah.
I'm asking the referee, Terry Camilleri from Malta, to clean the cue ball. He just didn't get into that cue ball enough, and he's a lot thinner on this green than he would like. Quick glance at the scoreboard, he's 11 points behind. So he's going to need these 5 remaining colours. Not a formality anymore. It caught up with him in the end. A couple of
Junhui,
loose
45.
positional shots. Well, he's been a little bit fortunate there. It just shows this game's all about fractions. He's smiling there, Ding. He'll be disappointed he missed the green, but look, for all money that the cue ball was just going to clip the blue so Michael could get his hand on the table, but now he's hampered. And doesn't look from that position as though he can pot this green and get good position on the brown. And he needs the green, brown and blue. Whoa, I can't do that. They'd have to get a hoist to get me off the table if I tried that now, Terry. I think you've got to make certain of the green here. Don't worry about position. Try and pot the green. Yeah. Well, it just shows a run of the ball there. That's what it was for Ding Junhui. Missed the green and was fortunate not to leave it any easier than that. And that was it. If you watch this cue ball when it's running up, if it just flicks the blue, Michael could have got his hand on the table. It just run past it and left him hampered. But he gets another chance. So even the best feel the crucible nerves.
I don't think Michael Wasley should have taken that green on, John. Not with a spider. He's had to stun run through with a spider, hitting down into the ball. Chance of him making that, perhaps 1 out of 10 at the best.
Clever shot, using the angle of the pocket. The only thing I would say in his defence, Terry, when I looked at the shot, could you have seen a safety?
Yes, you could just clip off the left-hand side. Green goes behind the brown area and he comes down the table. Anyway, it's his choice, and you got to start thinking he's probably desperate to win the first frame, isn't he? His first visit here.
Yeah, and probably felt he was entitled to have an easier shot on the green than he had. Anyway, it's still in the balance. Very interesting opening frame. That's an excellent shot, though, from Ding Junhui. It's not that difficult to hit. Come off the right-hand side cushion as we look. You'd like to come off 2 cushions and get right in behind the green and knock it up the other end of the table. Must get it safe. It's on the way up, which was not the idea, and it looks as though he's going to leave this green.
And if it's dead straight, it's a tougher shot, but you've got a slight angle. So it's dead straight. Got to strike this well. Oh, excellent. Couldn't have hit it better.
3.
Well, that's a couple of shots he's already played in this frame that tells me that Ding Junhui is in the top of his form, queuing.
7.
Okay, wrong side of the blue, but it doesn't matter because the pink's near the corner, and he'll still need the black. The pink will put him 7 points in front with 7 points remaining.
$18.
So black for the first frame. In it goes. He'll be much relieved with Ding Junhui. In all honesty, he was very lucky not to leave the green a lot easier for his opponent, but a big frame, and it goes the way of the man from China. Ding Junhui leads 1-0.
I was just thinking, don't embarrass yourself, don't get beat 10-0, 10-1 first time at the Crucible. But once I was out there, obviously I fell in love with the place. I loved the atmosphere.
John?
Yeah, I got a bit of a beating by Mr. Taylor, who used all his match play secrets against me and basically beat me 13-7, I think it was, or 10-7 or something first round. But he was just too experienced, and I just remember being an absolute bag of nerves. I mean, I'd come here when I was 13 to watch, and to be actually going out into the auditorium and playing, I looked up, my father was in the audience there and everything, and to be honest with you, you were stargazing before you started playing snooker, and as I say, you knew too much for me anyway.
OK, well, it's been an interesting start for this young man. Let's see how he fares in frame 2.
Well, if he does the same as the first frame, he won't be too bad. Lost in the black in the end, but it's an excellent start for a rookie, that. Playing against probably the in-form man along with Ronnie O'Sullivan. What is very noticeable about Ding this season in this big run of success he's having, he's a lot more aggressive with his shot selection than he has been. Missed that by a long way, and if the red keeps running, may be available. It's a very thin cut, though. With blue off the spot, it's difficult to see how he can get on a colour, even if he pots it. He pots the green. He'll take that.
1.
Now, the red he'd love to be on is the red that's immediately next to the black. If he could get on that red somehow, and I don't know the potting angle on this yellow, but if he could pot that red, he could have the black available into both corners. Because at the moment, the chances of making a sizable contribution are slim. As Terry said, blue off the spot, pink tied up, black tied up. Well, that was a good shot, and I'll tell you what, that was good cueing, and he has disturbed them slightly. Look at the action he got on that cue ball. Don't think he can be thinking of black or pink at the moment, but he certainly loosened it at this end. He now needs another good shot to get back up for a baulk colour, it would appear. He'd love to be on the blue, of course, and get that back on its spot.
4.
Not quite hard enough. I think that was in the back of his mind. Well, he's coming down the left-hand side of the table. I assume there's a red that pots.
6.
Well, the one just below the pink, does it go? Not all the pocket there, so it'd be a risky pot to take on. Looks like a safety.
Michael Wasley, 6.
Well, if we can get that little clip there on that colour. Made the shot a little more difficult now, at least. He's got the pot on, but he's restricted in the spins he can put on. So all you can do is keep potting the balls. You're not always going to attain position. He's got the option. Playing a good safety here, green.
Yellow.
Taking the yellow, probably playing behind the green.
Michael Wasley, 1.
Pretty good.
Well, not one of his best safeties. It was just intent, it seemed there, trying to get the cue ball back to a reasonable, safe position. He's had a look at those two reds just to the right of the pink, but they're not a plant. This looks a good line. This looks an excellent line. Just caught the green, but decent safety.
Well, a good safety, but didn't expect the red to come over the pocket. That's the second time now. Once again, there's restrictions on the positional side with the pink and black tied up. You can see you can get to the potting angle. But once again, the make sure he pots it, but I was hoping for a bit of luck. Didn't get any.
Yellow.
Yes, on a good day, you flick into that reds and you finish up on the pink in the middle, but it's not one of
Michael
those
Wasley
days.
1.
Just a fraction short. That could have been a real telling safety. But Ding can just get to the edge of the red on the right-hand side of the table. Needs a good cue ball, though. So you don't want to be catching this too thick. Or too thin. Well, look, and he just put his hand up there to apologise, did Ding, because didn't hit that very well, but lucky to get it safe.
Michael Wasley played against Ding in the one of the PTC tournaments. Lost that match 4-3. I think that's one of the good things about the new circuit that Barry Hearn has brought in, is that the younger players get the chance now to play against the top players in these secondary events, whereas years ago, you may never get the chance if you don't come on to the into the big tournaments like the Crucible and things. I think it helps people like Michael and others. That's a good pot. Picked it out.
1.
Had to get it right. If you'd missed the pot, you'd have probably cannoned one of the reds. Just a little bit of an angle. Normally deadly amongst the balls.
8.
One of the best on the circuit.
No. $15. $16.
Black is available now. Not straightforward here because the reds are covering each other and nothing goes into the left corner pocket with those 4 reds above the black. So we'd like to try and disturb a few, but well, it looks like he's playing with a bit of side spin here. Oh, excellent. He didn't put any pace into that, just played the shots, the accuracy
23.
of the side he put on as well, on the pace he played it. Guaranteed to open the balls out for him.
24.
Just a little rub of the top cushion there. Just bounce that cue ball off the cushion a little bit more than you wanted. And looking at his body language, it's gone wrong. Not
31.
in perfect position anymore. All came about because he just overran the position. Then he was forced, making the black easier, to play that little cannon on the two reds, but it didn't work out well. He's still got a pot on. The red immediately above the black, he can cut back into the left corner, but he's lost control of perfect position. Now, is he on the brown or blue? It's a little bit low. You see, if you play the blue, then you're going to kiss into the brown, so he may have to play the brown, but that looks a very thin cut. As I say, if you pot the blue, you cannon the brown, so you'd prefer to be playing the brown. Well, that's the problem. Once you
36.
start letting that cue ball run loose, it just snowballs. And that could well be end of break.
Yes, it's noticeable now that Dink is struggling with the throw of the ball off the cushion, like a few players have been here so far this year. It's not coming off in its natural angle, whether it's the conditions in the theatre or whatever. Instead of sliding off the cushions, coming off at a wider angle, they're coming off at a narrow angle. Another excellent pot there.
37.
There he goes, he's rubbing the cushion again. Could get him a job here.
What was a cushion rubber? No, that was one pot. You could say
Junhui,
too far.
37.
That was tough, close to the side cushion. But it was the positional play that just caught up with him in the end. You can't keep pulling out the good pots. And that one found him out.
That's what I like about Ding now, is that he's going for them all the time, even under the extreme pressure of last frames. I don't know how many last framers matches he's won this year, quite a number of them, and he's very aggressive in his game all the time. He started to get a little bit defensive. I'm not saying he's a grinder, he never will be, but he was turning a few down that he used to knock in when he was younger. So Ding more or less nicked the first frame after
8.
Michael Wasley had gone 50 points in front. And it's Michael's turn now.
9.
Hasn't really been in this frame much. But you can't say he's played a lot of bad shots either.
Desperately needs a
16.
good angle on the black now to drop on this, after the black, to drop on the red closest to the
17.
cushion. And just leave a nice angle. He wants an angle where he can just drop the red in and play for the black. Oh, he played the cannon. Well, I don't disagree with that. That was an excellent shot.
24.
Good thinking. So now, just leave a nice angle on the black. I mean, if you could get up for a boat colour, he'd be going up there, because then it'd be a lot easier to get on the last red. But can he get up there? Now he had to play for the black.
25.
So it's all about the shot. And it needs a good one to get position on this red near the boat cushion. It will need a very good one. Deep screw, lots of left-hand side. Now, will the side take over? It has taken over.
32.
Well, surely he's not nestled on the blue. That's not fair. Well, he was unlucky in the first frame, and he's been very unlucky there. Of all the places in all the world to finish up there. Well, he's having a close look, so maybe he can get through to hit the red, maybe not pot it. He'd be unlucky if he can't. Three points in front. Well, he's now going to look at the potting angle. Does he think he can just get past the blue? He thought right. Good shot.
33.
Well, Ding Junhui had his chance, run out of position. He may be sitting there now thinking that he stole the first frame. His opponent could do the same to him here. Play for the yellow in the middle and just quit on the shot slightly. He's not got a good angle. He was playing for the
36.
yellow into the centre. But it's not a case of just dropping it in now. But he's cued it absolutely beautifully. The slight problem he's got is the blue is blocking the brown from going in the same pocket as the green, so may have to play for the brown in a not so obvious pocket. Well, he's played for it in the middle. Brown and blue needed.
Five.
It's in the bag now.
Great effort from Michael Wasley. He's under pressure after losing that first frame from 50-odd points in front, but has responded here.
56.
Hot success so far for Michael Wasley, 97%. And it looked, a minute ago, he may have been 2-0 behind, but it's 1-1 now.
63 in the frame. Michael Wasley.
Particularly after the upset of losing the first frame, where he was unlucky. And also, I think he'll take heart from the fact that Ding Junhui had a couple of chances in amongst the ball. Now, normally, that's more than enough for Ding Junhui to win a frame, but he didn't take full advantage. So there is a slight weakness there. Interesting start.
Well, we can't play a bit. Look at that. Had to be dead centre of the pocket, otherwise you would not have been on the black. Now we've got a chance to split them wide open. I must say, Michael Wasley's played very positive so far, John, doesn't he? He hasn't turned anything down. He's not taking too much time over the shot. He's doing everything correct out there.
Yes, I don't think he can be too displeased. As you said, he's got a 97% pot success. Ooh, and he's going to get an unexpected opportunity here. He doesn't miss many of those, doesn't Ding Junhui? Didn't sense a kick.
One.
But to me, this is one of the secrets of snooker. You spend a lot of time sat in your chair. When your opponent misses, particularly when they're in, as Ding Junhui's done there, you've got to take advantage of it. You've got to punish them. And this is a very good opportunity.
6. Seven.
No problem being a little bit low. He could play a cannon into the main bunch here, losing a few reds. He knows he's going to be the one that's sitting over the left corner.
Well, he moved a few, but not too many. But
14.
just remember, Ding hasn't got his best record here at the Crucible. He's won the UK Championships a few times. He's won the Masters, so he's won 2 of the majors, but semi-final is his best.
15.
At the Crucible, and he's had a few first-round results. So if you can put pressure on him, it's a big ask for Michael Wasley, obviously, as a first-timer here, but you never know. There's no doubt who the pressure's on.
And as you alluded to, he's looking very confident. I mean, he didn't come perfect on that black and just got down and knocked it in as though it was over the pocket. So good signs for Michael Wasley supporters here.
$23.
Well, he couldn't have placed that better if he put it there with his hand.
29.
Beautifully played and positive. And deserves all he gets now.
That's pretty good stuff. And when he gets in, he's not taking much time on the shot. You watch him, he's going down now, cue back, hit. That's his natural rhythm, and he's got to retain it. And in the Crucible, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do.
37. $38.
Well, I think that was a heavy contact. I didn't like the sound of that at all. So I don't think that was his fault, to be honest with you. But unfortunately, it's not. Yeah, you can see the bounce. It's run him out of position. And it's not the easiest safety shot, in all honesty. Would you risk trying to get back to Bork here, Terry?
No. No, he's got to play the defensive safety here. There's danger otherwise. There's no point in it. OK, he'll leave himself in a tough position. He didn't play a good safety for him, but he's playing the thin safety by the look of it. Pretty good.
Michael Wasley, 38.
Couldn't have done better than that.
He absolutely couldn't. It was risky. I know what you're saying. It was risky. Is there a gap between the brown and blue to play this red to the left corner? There may be. There you see it. Second from the left. And in it goes, so maybe it wasn't as good a safety shot as we thought after all.
One.
Well, having said that, Junhui not good on the colour.
Junhui, 1.
Well, it looked as if he stopped short there for a minute.
I think Junhui thought that as well. I mean, referee Terry Camilleri has declared touching ball. I think that was just to tell us that he did hit the brown, because there's no reason to, with the red being on, he doesn't have to declare a touching ball to the brown.
No, but I've seen Ding blow in.
Yeah, here we go.
Blow in the white, I think, as it went along. Just about got there, look. Just rocked on the brown.
Yeah, just a little rock. I think the fact that they finished up touching was a help to our referee. Always gone for the hit and hope. Well, he's hit. Now, he's hoping he's got it safe, but he hasn't.
That is definitely one of these snookers that you can't get out of, really. You've got to play the hit and hope shot. Whatever he would have tried then, he would have been leaving a red on if he hit another red.
1.
You could say Ding earned that there with that excellent long potty before he rolled up to the brown, but if he's straight here, he's going to struggle. He can't get to the bottom of the cue ball. Maybe just off straight. Just force it around. Oh, wow.
Well,
That's what side spin can do to you, especially when you're striking down into the ball like you did then. See how he's striking down with side? You lose all the accuracy.
Well, it's been a little bit of a comedy of errors since he won the first frame.
One.
Didn't pot that red in the middle of the middle pocket, but he's okay. He's nicely on the black. And he's got a 36-point lead, so he doesn't need to be disturbing anything here. Just went off the jaw. If he can take these reds that are in the open, that'll be more than enough to give him this third frame.
Nine.
Just a little bit short there.
16.
In effect, this red is frame ball. We're putting 52 points in front with just 51 remaining. And in it goes.
17.
So Ding Junhui, as he did in the frame previous, had a couple of chances in amongst the balls. One of the best scorers in the game, in the modern game, and he's not been able to take advantage of his opportunities. There'll be one more frame after this before the mid-session interval. So Michael Wasley,
25.
debutant, 2-1 in front, has a chance to open a two-frame advantage before that mid-session interval. All little goals you set yourself in these longer matches. Well, he played a little cannon there on the pink. He's missed it. May have snookered himself, but it shouldn't cause him any problem. 65 points in front. Ding won't be carrying on. That'll be a concession.
Frame. Michael Wasley.
And it is. He'll be disappointed. He had a couple of good chances there, did Ding Junhui, but he didn't take them. And Michael Wasley is now 2-1 in front.
Talk, there's an awfully long way to go, but you know, from a point of view of Ding Junhui, he's obviously not going to press any panic buttons as yet, but it's a disconcerting start when you're such a fancied player coming in here.
Yeah, there's obviously huge expectation on his shoulders in this competition. As you know, John and I said earlier on, he's not played his best snooker at the World Championship, so you know, a lot of people are probably putting him down as one of the favourites to win here, so that puts a bit of pressure on.
There might be one or two people in China think he might have a chance as well, so that comes with a bit of pressure in itself. So, you know, as I say, semi-final's the best he's done here, so there's a fair bit of pressure on him.
Yeah, there'll be millions watching him back in China now. It's prime time viewing for them back home, so all eyes on this fella.
And there's plenty of eyes on him in China. We've got a huge following over there. I must say that Ding, these days, he's speaking much better English than he was. He's a very pleasant young lad, and he has a bit of a fun and a joke with everybody. Whereas years ago, this all he had was a nod, if you were lucky. I think that helps him as well, John.
Oh, certainly. But we're just watching that break-off shot. He's had 2 break-offs, and on both occasions, he's hit the blue. Just didn't get enough side on it.
I think Junhui 6.
And 6, you could say, unnecessary points. You always think, well, he's not left anything, but it's amazing at the end of a frame how those 6 points could swing it one way or the other. It's up to Michael Wasley now to have a look at the cushions. Ding Junhui's rubbed them a few times. He's going to put a bit more side. You just got to be careful you don't run past the cluster here if you put too much side on. Judged it well. Well played. One of the toughest safety shots in the game, that one. A red is very close to the cushion. He's not got a good cue ball, and Ding will be having a go at this, and if he's got the perfect angle, could drop this red in and play for the black in the same pocket. Couldn't have played it better. Well played.
Another good positional shot from Ding.
8.
Had to get the correct spin on there, unless he would have missed the cannon he wanted. He's not desperate that he wins this frame, Ding. Of course, he'd like to win it and go level at the interval, but 3-1 down in the best of 19 isn't a disaster.
Nine.
Not the best of angles there in the black. Very accurate he is with his stun play, positional. With this, when he's stunning the ball,
16.
he very seldom loses position.
Seventeen.
Cool. Oh, he hit some power into that, didn't he? He didn't get the arc on the white, though. He wanted to go into the back of the pack,
24.
but some shot.
$25.
Yeah, the earlier shot he played, you could see he was trying to get into the pack of reds, but
32.
tremendous amount of speed he generated there with the cue ball.
33.
Well, he keeps looking for this angle on the black, and he just can't get it to go into the cluster. And this is, of course, the disadvantage, which he caused himself by hitting the blue when he broke off, because if he had the blue on its spot, then obviously that would be a ball to play for. And then that shot we see so many times. But having to go up the table now, and he'll be looking for blue or ball colour to leave an angle. Couldn't play this red and come back down for the black, because then, well, you'd be trusting to luck if you got a good angle on the black. So he'll be looking for a ball colour or the blue to leave himself an angle to go into the cluster. This could be the key shot to the frame. Wow, what's he on?
41.
Ooh, that good kiss on the brown has left him absolutely perfect on the yellow for the shot that I had in mind. Stun onto the left-hand side cushion where he's pointing the cue now, with lots of left-hand side. And I'll be honest with you, but for the kiss on the brown, I don't think it'd have been good on anything. That was very helpful. But he's still got to pot the yellow and open the reds up. And played it well.
43.
You always feel that when you play that shot, as long as you've got one red to go at, then it can keep you going with the visit. And he's just about on this red. Not the one he'd like to have been on to stay on the black, but he'll settle for this.
44.
Well, it flew a little bit off that baulk cushion, but he's on the green. Straight on this red would have been perfect, but he's not. So it's a little bit more difficult, this. If he was straight, he'd just stun it in, hold the cue ball there, have a choice of pink or black. But just being off straight is a little bit more of a delicate shot.
Played it dead weight. Fully committed. Getting close here to winning this frame.
56.
He had numerous chances to split the pack, and there's still 6 there that's well, not tightly packed together. There's a few that will go. He won't have to split them now. Well, he does. It looks as if 1 or 2 of them would go, but he's okay. He's had a look, and there's a red that passes.
63.
And a red is all he needs to get to the snooker's required stage.
$64.
Never really had a chance in this frame, but that's snooker.
Well, you better watch he doesn't foul here. Is he going to get there?
They love a ball that just drops, don't they? We all do.
70.
Gravity took over.
Lee Junhui 7.
Oh, they missed the red in the middle, but barring snookers, it'll be 2 frames each.
One.
So Michael Wasley be thinking he was just going to go back into the dressing room, but he's back on the table.
Seven.
Needs 3 snookers. Well, he didn't seem to give that too much
Michael
attention.
Wasley 7.
May have snookered him here on the 4 reds. I think 69 points in front, 59 left on the table. Well, that worked out well. You'd think he's bound to leave something on there, but he can't get to the potting angle of the one in the middle. Well, that would have sealed this frame. Wasley will still play on. There's a glimmer of hope out there, you never know. Not sure about that one. I think we call that a rush of blood. Played the screw back, of course, for the black and missed the pocket by a long way.
Yeah, been a little bit disappointed his last 2 visits. I mean, if he's going to play on, then play with a bit of purpose. He just seems to want to hit the ball hard.
Well, he had to hit the harder screw back to the black, John, I think.
Yeah, but I think if you're going to try and win a frame, and it's not impossible. I mean,
No,
you could win this with 1 snooker. You know, if you was to get reds and blacks and get a snooker on last red, free ball, that's better. A bit more control. Is he on the black or is the green going to snooker him?
1.
Anyway, he's on the pink. Stranger things have happened in a frame of snooker than someone winning needing
7.
3 to win. Wants
8.
this cue ball to bounce a little bit to be comfortable on the black, and he's not. But rolled it in nicely.
15. 16.
And played that nicely as well. So he won't be bothered about getting on the last red here. Leave that red on the table in the hope you can get a snooker and a free ball. And then 1 snooker would be enough.
$23.
That was
Michael
a handy
Wasley,
little nudge
20.
from Michael Wasley. He's got the snooker and he's brought the yellow into play. Good attempt. I think Ding maybe will just get past the brown. If not, he could swerve it around. See the cue ball turning now as it comes down. Oof, almost overdone it. Oh, that's the problem. If you don't catch the red fullish, the white
Michael
could
Wasley,
end
4.
up anywhere. So he still needs 2 4-point snookers and the red, black and all the colours to win. Needs to lay a good snooker here, put Ding under pressure. Looks like he's going inside the red here, off the side cushion, down behind pink and black. Well, he's been a little bit fortunate there, but he didn't want to kiss the black safe. He's taken one colour out of the equation now, and of course, even if he gets a snooker, he need a black with the last red. Another swerve from Ding. Managed to control it this time.
Foul. Ding Junhui 4.
Well, that'll be the end of that. Good effort from Michael Wasley to try and win this frame from requiring 3 snookers at one stage.
Four. Six. Nine.
Back on track then for Ding. He's under a little bit of pressure, 2-1.
13.
He'd be expected to beat the qualifier. He's the seed. Won 5 ranking tournaments this season.
18. 24. And the frame.
So a good
Ding
session
Junhui.
then. Plenty of good stuff from both players, but it ends up level. There's 2 frames each.
If they're a chance of pinching frames, they can't do it. And yeah, it's a great feeling to have.
Well, obviously Ding Junhui is trying to outdo that record of 5 that you had 23 years ago. And if he were to win here, it would be 6 in one season. So back we go to Terry and John in the commentary box. Long, long way to go before ever that is achieved. And I'm sure young Michael Wasley will have a big say in things today.
Yes, so far so good for Michael Wasley. And the longer he can stay with Ding Junhui, of course, the more that the pressure will come on the world number 2. But at the moment, Ding, you just feel, as soon as he came off at the interval, he went straight to the practice table. So obviously wasn't happy. Oh, well, he spotted the plant there. And it was played for, because otherwise he'd have been putting his hand up to apologise. So, well spotted. Obviously he knew the cue ball was going to go back to the baulk end, but nice little bonus, and on the brown to the middle. Made a 53 break in the first and a 63 in the second, so that's the type of scoring. Maybe a little notch or two higher, you know. We can win frames with breaks of 60 and 70. You've got to score at this game at this level because chances come few and far between. When you get them, make the most of them.
13.
But he's looked very good on his debut here.
14. $21.
Yes, Michael Wasley's a very good student. He's always willing to learn, always looking to pick up new good habits, and works hard at his game.
22.
Worked very hard on his mental side of his game the last few years, and that's given him the sort of foundation to come here today and perform like this against one of the best players in the world.
Now, key shot coming up. He obviously go up for the blue, and if he gets a nice angle on the blue,
28.
then it's a good opportunity to open that cluster of reds.
29.
And that's pretty good. Now, the idea, as we've said so many times, he'll be stunning this. Stun the blue in and catch that pink full in the face. Couldn't have played it better. Could not have played that better. We've got a nice red to continue with.
34.
Good chance now.
See the secondary spin coming on there. Hasn't got a good angle on this.
35.
On and off the cushion. Pretty good. Pretty impressive stuff from Michael Wasley here. Not long ago he was an amateur player, and he's been fighting to keep his place on the tour. But doesn't have to worry about that anymore.
41. Yep. 42.
A little bit awkward with the two reds, the one covering the other. You can obviously get on the furthest one if he brings the cue ball out high enough up the table.
$49.
Must avoid the kiss here on the red after potting the one into the corner here. Good time to leave himself a little low here on the black so he could go into those reds. Guaranteed to leave another red on for him into the corner. Well, he come the other side of it.
50.
That certainly came off the cushion very quickly. It's just disturbed Michael Wasley's focus there for a minute. Got to reset his mind now and go down and play the shot as it is. Very tricky, this one. unfortunate there. He's hit the balls across and he can't get on the outside red. Maybe under
57.
break.
Michael Wasley, 57.
Well, nice contribution. He'd be a little bit disappointed he didn't get a good length with that cue ball, but he was very aware that the red he played safe off. He didn't want to knock it towards the right corner pocket. But he's only reached the baulk line, so hand on the table, you expect a better safety shot from Ding. But we didn't get it. We didn't get it. And he's left the chance of this red, I think. Just get past the yellow. Just play it with a trace of the left-hand side. He could swing it. Why hit it so hard? Why hit it so hard?
I think Junhui 4.
Well, that 57 break he made could count for nothing now. Ding comes to the table, 53 points behind. You just feel one good opening pot and position, and the frame could have slipped away from Michael. It's all about this first shot. The red's easy enough into the left middle to pot, but can he control the cue ball to get position on the colour? He's looked at the possibilities of running into the pink, but that would possibly lose the cue ball. He's running to the pink. Now how's your luck? Not good.
1.
Not good. Can't get through to the black. I don't think he can see the pink. So it's just a safety shot. So that error from Michael Wasley is only going to cost him the 1 point. He'll be mighty relieved.
I think Junhui 1.
Safety a little awkward here with the balls on both sides of the table, so there's obstacles to avoid on the way back down to the baulk area. That is one very good safety shot. No room for error there at all. Still looking comfortable out there. Oh, excellent long pot. Very, very unfortunate not to be on pink or black.
Yeah, it just seems to be one of those situations. Okay, he went all out for the red, but he knew he was running into the black. So I was trusting a little bit to good fortune. But sometimes the balls just don't run your way. This is where you've got to show you a little bit of experience and not push the boat out now and try and make things happen. So I would suggest just a safety here. And if he plays the black, it's a thin one. And it's very risky. I would think safety off the pink is the shot. Don't want to kiss the green, though.
I think
He
Junhui 1.
did. That spoilt it from being a good safety. He knows the game backwards. Well, that was a pretty good safety shot there from Junhui. He'd been a little bit disappointed having seen his opponent have a bit of good fortune with his last safety shot. Oh, he's caught that much too thick, and that's why he's got nowhere near the baulk line, never mind the baulk cushion.
Unforced error there. That one a difficult safety shot. He's played a few in this frame that are a lot harder than that and played them well. Take a good shot though to pot this red and get on a colour.
One.
And that was a good shot, and he is on a colour. Still 50 points behind. At least the pink is in the open. Black's off his spot on the blue. Oh, he needs that to run a bit. He's in the middle of nowhere there.
5.
He's not on any of the three reds that were available perfectly. Look at the difficult one now into the left corner. Will he commit to the pink, or will he screw up for the blue or bar colours?
Six.
Don't see Ding playing the wrong shot very often. Shot selection is immaculate.
So that brings him within 40 points of his opponent. 51 remaining, so he doesn't have to concentrate on too many high-value colours, but that red that's near the left-hand cushion, near the black, that's not easy to get on. So certainly not a straightforward run to the line here, if he's going to win the frame at this visit.
18.
Looking to see if he can stun this red, pot it in the left middle, leave it, that's where he's queuing. Leave the cue ball there, leave an angle on the pink, so in potting the pink he can remove what will be the awkward last red.
$19.
So he's obviously got the angle to bring that red into play. And this pink will put him 26 points behind, so he's going to need the last red and all the colours, including that awkward black. Got the red out and has knocked it into a pottable position.
25.
Still a lot to do though. Played that well.
26.
He'd have liked to have just nudged that green a little bit further away from the side cushion, but he's on the blue, not the right side, but that black will be in his mind now. He'll need that black to win this frame at this visit. So it's not going to be easy.
$31.
Well, he's missed, but he's
Ding
flipped the
Junhui,
snooker.
31.
Michael Wasley shouldn't be complaining. You're expecting to make that, and as John mentioned, at least get up to the black, the way the balls are set.
Well, Michael will be pleased with the outcome of that, even when it's as easy a snooker to hit as that was. You're never certain where the object ball is going to go. And this could be over the middle. Is he going to be saved by the brown? No, he's not. That was a poor shot from Ding. So just yellow and green for a 3-2 lead.
Two.
Wow, unbelievable what can happen on this snooker table. It's only 12 foot long and 6 foot wide. Things that happen. Snookered himself on frame ball. Well, he's hit it, but he'll go back
Michael
to his
Wasley
seat.
too.
Cursing there.
It was a clever shot from Ding. He played to bring the black into play there with the safety shot. He knew he was guaranteed to get the green ball safe there. Played to kiss the black into play. Needs them all, Ding, to win the frame. Michael Wasley just needs one ball at the moment to go safe. Once again, we've seen the players touch the cushion a few times to show everybody, make us aware that it's running quickly. Coming off the cushion very quick. Ding's been a little disappointed in the late part of this frame, John, isn't he? He's lost his way somewhere.
You know, that type of half-ball pot he's been knocking in with great frequency, but this for the frame. And it's there. Needed a few bites of the cherry. But good pot on the green there. Now puts him 25 points in front with just 22 remaining. So
Michael
one
Wasley,
snooker required. So as I say, he needed a couple of bites of the cherry, but he'll be hoping that that one has secured the frame. But one snooker won't be the first time we've seen someone win a frame, only needing one snooker. But as I always say, if you don't feel you're guaranteed the snooker, make certain you get the object ball safe. At least that way you get another chance. Well, that's exactly what Ding didn't do. He didn't get the blue save, so that's going to cost him this fifth frame. Been scrappy. Both players have had plenty of chances. They'll both be thinking they should have won it. So Ding, well, I don't know. He's played well in spasms, but not really got his consistency yet, particularly when he's in amongst the balls. And Michael Wasley drops in the pink. Plays a
11 on frame.
double on the black, but it didn't matter. The frame was well and truly over. So Michael Wasley leads the world number 2. 3 frames to 2. Well, at least that time, Junhui didn't hit the blue on his break-off shot, but it's not the best one. It's hit the red much too thin, left a half-ball pot. Which was missed, it has to be said, by quite a distance.
I'm sure Robert Milkins been watching this match at home. He's a big friend of Michael, of course, and they played each other in the final qualifying round, and Robert lost on the black to win in the deciding frame. He'll be shouting for his mate today, though. Sure he's got over the disappointment of losing now. Great place to practice in Gloucester in the South Wales Snooker Academy. There's all championship star tables there. A lot of good players, professionals go up there to practice.
Foulness. Michael Wasley.
Never had these places in our day, John. The old snooker halls we had.
Yeah, and you didn't know which way the table was going to roll from one day to the other, or how they were going to run, depending on the climate, whether it was raining or sunny. But,
or if they were ever going to put a new cloth on the table, John. Every 10 years it used to be.
Yeah, and then you'd have the cue ball. It'd be like a map of Great Britain with all the lines on it. But now the conditions have improved, and of course the standards have improved accordingly. And there's so much snooker now to watch on television, then if you have that natural ability, then you can learn a lot quicker than we did in our day.
Once again, didn't quite strike that correctly. Just lost his way a little bit in. You're going to have spells like that. Wow. He'll take that one. In the previous frame, I think it was, he missed the red on the way up and skimmed it on the way back. And that looks better. They say it's all about confidence, but when you go out there and strike the ball badly, it's very difficult to stay confident. The belief comes in then. The desire. All those things that's needed out under pressure. The fight. Wow.
Foul.
I think he caught the red slightly wrong. The first one caught the other red and went in off there, playing with a lot of side. So he hit the red. Not quite sure if he played to hit that red. So it's given Ding a glimmer. And sometimes that's all he needs.
One.
Not ideal.
Three.
Okay, he's on this red to the right corner, but it's all a case of whether he can pot it and not run into the second red. If he can, then he could control the cue ball for the colour. Yeah, he was just able to avoid kiss on the second red. May just as well have the slight angle on the blue that's required. Okay, showing us, yes, just enough to be able to stun down the table. Could play the pink, of course, but the pink's missable, the blue isn't.
Not sure what he played then, but it certainly wasn't that.
Nine.
I think he tried to go into the reds and move a few, possibly. There's a few obstacles in his way at the moment. Every time he goes down to the shot, it seems that there's a good degree of difficulty in the shot that he wouldn't normally get. Such a testing game at sometimes. Doesn't matter what you do out there, nothing seems to happen.
Ding Junhui, 9.
Well, very aggressive safety. He's knocked a red towards the corner, but I think it's covered. So that puts a little bit of pressure now on this stays here. The green was always going to be in the way, but that's put a little bit of pressure now on Ding Junhui's safety. He's got to be careful he doesn't leave that red that's near the left corner. So a good shot needed here. You think the target could possibly be brown or yellow to try and get the snooker behind. Well, he's hit it that thin that he might even be able to use the green. And a little tap on the table there from Michael Wasley tells you what a good shot that was. Well played. A little bit too thick, but at first glance, no harm done. Now, is there a gap between these two reds? Surely not. No, he didn't even look at it. Where's this cue ball going?
Foul. I think Junhui 4.
I'm going to ask the question again. Is there a gap between these two reds, the red closest to the left corner pocket? It looks as though a ball will go through in between those two reds, Terry.
It's tight. It's better from the angle that Dings. Of course, he can put the cue ball anywhere in the D. Whereas Michael Wasley was at a slightly different angle. Point is, even if he couldn't get through, where he's placed the cue ball is going to be difficult to pot it and bring the cue ball into play onto a colour.
Boy, this calls for good, accurate cueing. This does. You've got to hit the centre of the cue ball here. If you're just off centre of the cue ball, you could push it one way or the other. Change your mind. If he kisses, oh, he's run past the brown. That's an excellent safety shot. Michael walls it in a bit of bother here. You would think the two reds that are closest to the top cushion, just to the right of the black, if you can get to that off one cushion, you'd think that'd be the shot to play. Well, I agree with you, Terry. If you could do it off one cushion, do it. He's played it off the other cushion now. Is it safe? Is there a gap through to this red? Nope. Not safe enough. He decided to have a go at the plant, thinking he was going to go up to the balk end, but catching the bump in the middle pocket. Is it safe? Yeah, you can't blame him for playing that, but as I say, the bump in the middle pocket, has it left a pot on? The red to the right of the pink, does that go into the left corner? May do. Does do. And he's on the brown.
1.
I'm sure the brown passes the yellow. He just doesn't want to be at an angle where if he screws the brown in, he's going anywhere near the right middle pocket. Just got to be wary of that. Wary of the right middle pocket. Well.
5.
He's unlucky to finish there, you have to say. But the middle pockets are always in the same place on these tables.
Not easy to get safe from here either. You'd have to play it as if snookered, just off the side cushion onto those two reds by the black. Oh, he's hit that pretty hard. Wow.
Pardon this.
Tell you, these cushions are not great.
Junhui 4.
They're coming off very narrow. Michael was in a way fortunate there that he didn't leave anything on for Ding. He's taking his time setting up, but I think he's going to play the same shot. So it won't make a lot of difference. It's just slightly lower down the cushion.
Good shot. Excellent shot. That really is. And I'll tell you what, just looking at first glance, Ding Junhui, I think there's just one red he can hit, the one that's in between the pink and black, that he can play safe off. Caught it much too thick. Now, is he going to be lucky? Doesn't look, well, unless that red nestles against the baulk cushion, which it hasn't done, so here's a chance for Michael Wasley. Not the best of chances. We've had so much tactical play in this game. The balls are now in awkward positions, but Ding, he doesn't look comfortable now to me. It's early days and he won't be panicking just yet, but the scrappy frame seems to be bringing him down slightly. But as I say, because of all the tactical exchange we've had over the last few minutes or so, there's nothing straightforward about this chance. We'll do well to get over 30 points here. But the one red you want to get rid of as soon as you can is the one closest to the left corner. Once you get that out of the way, then you clear the path for the other two reds into that corner pocket.
5.
Doesn't have to play it this time. He's got another red that goes in the corner.
6.
Points all square.
12.
Just ignore the black. Just concentrate on pink, blue, and if in real problem, baulk colour. But I wouldn't be thinking about the black. No value whatsoever. Just don't think about winning the frame. I always think in this type of situation, just concentrate on building up a lead. Because the way the reds are, it's going to be difficult for his opponent, but is he trying to bring the black into play? Well, I don't understand that. No value whatsoever.
13.
No value whatsoever. He's pulled out a good pot on the pink, but he's not out of the woods just yet.
19.
Although this red that's just above the black, I think he can knock it past the black and knock the red in that's over the corner. Good cueing needed. And got, oh, and it's a little unlucky there. You'd like the pink to have stayed on the
20.
pot, but at least he's still at the table.
It's all going on out there. No. I think he might have felt a little bit unlucky there before
Michael
he played the
Wasley,
blue with
20.
that pink. Being knocked out of commission. So he's given a chance back to Ding, but only the blue is available of the three big colours. The only scrappy Fred we've had so far in this match has been a good standard. That wouldn't go down as the best shot he's ever played.
Yeah,
6.
immediately he played it, you could see his head drop, couldn't you? The last thing you wanted to be was straight on either of these reds, because he's got to get up the table for the blue. And that was
7.
never going to be easy.
If he's in full flow there, he'd been straight on the blue. But when you're under tension a bit and disappointment with shots you played before, you don't get through the ball so well. That good recovery shot. Doesn't want the brown to get in the way. Oh, it's just about typical how this frame has gone, that shot.
12.
Still got a long one to go for.
$13.
Once again, didn't get the spin on. Grip coming on slightly early. Pot another blue in the corner. If you keep potting him, it doesn't matter if you play position. They're all good shots. All difficult shots.
18. 19.
Cue ball just about stopped in time. Now, in playing this red to the left corner, there's every chance you could bring the other 2 reds into play. It's not certain to be on a colour, but it's worth the risk, surely. Well, that's what he
Junhui,
played, and a
24.
little slap of the thigh. He's getting a little bit frustrated here, is Junhui. Sits down, got a 16-point lead, but not happy. Excellent length, but he's left a chance of a pot. But it's made difficult being tight under the ball cushion. Oh, but knocked it in. It was over the pocket.
1.
Now, what sort of an angle has he got on the brown? Looks as though he's got one that will enable him to pot the brown and run the cue ball up to this end. Looks perfect. Wow.
Junhui, 1.
And 3 bangs of the cue. Now, that's very unlike Junhui. He's feeling it out there. He's feeling it for certain.
Should get a warning there from the referee, John. That's very poor behaviour out there. They've got to remember there's another table in play next door as well. At a very important stage of these championships. Oh, he didn't hit that one.
Well, we saw the reaction from Junhui. Very unlike him. He usually You know, we always say he'd make a great poker player. Well, he's not going to be punished. And, well, he didn't get on the
Wasley
red.
won.
Well, he may have left the red to the far right corner, but I don't know. I think both players at the moment just going through a spell where they've lost the cool, so to speak.
One.
Nice pot. Tricky last red. Quick glance at the scoreboard. If he pots the blue, he'll go 22 points in front.
Six.
Once again, nowhere near where he amazing. Once you start to struggle out there, it doesn't get any easier very quickly. Longest frame of the match, most scrappiest as well. Oh, he's played that one nicely.
Ding Junhui, 6.
Despite losing position, he's given himself a good chance now to win the frame.
Where's the red going? I think it may just cut back into the middle. It's a thin one. Well, Ding's not playing it. I think if it did cut, well, it looks to me as though it can cut back. Very thin. Well, as I say, if he thought it potted, he'd have played it by now. Looks to me as though he could cut it back into the pocket.
You got good eyes, John, to see that from here.
Commentator's eye, Terry.
He's having a look at it. Oh, nowhere near it.
Didn't play it?
No.
No. He needs the brown to come to his rescue. And I don't think it has. Not the best chance, but it's a chance. It's not getting any better for Ding Junhui.
Michael Wasley's overhitting the ball now. Done it in the previous shot, whether it's frustration or just tension. It's just off straight, not an easy shot. It made it more difficult for hitting the ball at that speed. It's going to cost him the frame.
One.
Yes, if he pots the blue, well, he'll pot the brown, he'll need the yellow. Well, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. I really can't. This is absolutely amazing. We're talking about a player who has won 5 ranking events this year, and the way he's played the last couple of frames, you can't understand why.
Well, for all those people watching on the Play Snooker, this is what frustration does for you. Don't go there.
And I think it also is what can happen at the Crucible Theatre. Well, he purposely tried to bring the pink into play and he's unlucky. If he can get past the pink and get right in behind the green, which I think he can, and hit the green up the table, then it's not as bad as it first looked.
Michael Wasley, 2.
He'll settle for that. He's back in this frame. The only awkward ball now is the black. And we've seen the frustration from Ding Junhui in this frame. If he was to lose it, it'd be a double whammy.
Just giving the referee opportunity to see where the cue ball is in case it's got to be replaced. No, well, he's got away with that. He's overscrewed it. He wanted to catch that green quite thin then. Could have left it on in the centre, but as it is now, you can pot the green, but he can't get on the brown.
Yeah, no value at all. I think the shot here is to send the green up towards the brown and play a little cannon on the pink, get the snooker behind the blue. Well, missed the cannon. Obviously, billiards not his game. This green will win the frame. We've got a few chances, Ding Junhui, and I always say that you only get so many chances to win a frame. And he's had his fair share.
And so is Michael in this frame, but he's lost control as well. It's unusual to see that, both players doing it. Caught that much too thin. Play to get behind pink and blue.
Oh, that's an excellent shot. He's got the snooker. And particularly at this stage of a frame, it's not hitting it. Can you get it safe?
Well. Oh, look for 1 minute, didn't it cling along the cushion and go in there? Michael Wasley then gets the first clear-cut chance after this safety bout. Not easy to play from green to brown here. Let's be very careful. Oh, no, no, no.
3.
He really had to leave himself a pot into the other corner pocket. There's always difficulty in getting the cue ball over that far from where the green was in the pocket.
Michael Wasley, 3.
Another good attempt to get behind the black. Still anybody's game. And that's benefited Ding. He played the safety shot and kissed the pink closer to the cushion. Oh, miss-hit that one. Could cost him now.
Yeah, and when your opponent just needs the one ball to win the frame, it's imperative you get the object ball safe. Well, at the moment, Ding Junhui is really, really struggling. I've never seen him miss as many balls as this. Amazing.
He looks to me at the moment that he's almost ready to walk out of the arena. Really looks in a bad way. This is what the pressure can do to you out there. Series of errors, missed chances. Maybe playing the gentle snooker here.
Well, it's amazing. All of a sudden, he's getting frustrated, and now he's not playing the right shots, because if Michael Wasley, can hit this brown full ball, it's a certain snooker. He could rattle the brown in the jaws or anything. Well, he didn't feel as though he could hit it full ball directly. So just a containing safety. At least he got it safe.
That could be the killer. Good judgment there. Hasn't got to hit it. He's 18 points behind. If he misses it, he's 22 behind. They're still tie. Well played, sir.
Well, talk about a great escape. That certainly was. Just rubbed the brown there. I mean, we always say, you know, can you get it safe? But to play at that speed and get it safe, but unfortunately he's in trouble once again. I don't think he'll be playing this as slowly as that one. A bit more pace here. Couldn't have hit it better. Couldn't have hit it better. Well, I was thinking it was going to hit the black and go safe, but this is on, and he's got the insurance of just stunning behind the black in case it doesn't go in. Well, I've seen some frames played out at the Crucible Theatre, but this is probably one of the most amazing ever. We're talking about world-class standard here, and the balls that have been missed are just amazing. But that should give Ding Junhui the frame. He won't be feeling too happy, as neither will Michael Wasley, but, well, someone had to win it in the end.
Ding Junhui, 4.
So we're in the 39th minute of this frame. And Ding Junhui 22 points in front with just 18 remaining. So one snooker needed.
5.
And the way the black is, it's not that easy to get in behind it. So make certain you get the pink safe, and then at least you'll get another chance.
Michael Wasley, 5. 6.
No good pot in the
Michael
pink when
Wasley.
you need a
Foul
snooker.
7 on frame. Ding Junhui.
And, well, not the best frame. It was a 40-minute frame. Junhui won it, but as you can see, not happy.
Such a beautiful cue as well. It just goes to show it's not just about cue action.
54.
If your mind isn't clear out there, anything can happen. You stop seeing the picture that you get when you're playing well or the shot in front of you. And you start to lose a little bit of your cue action. The belief goes and all of a sudden you can't make a 20 break. Amazing.
$55. $62.
Slightly overhit that when there was a red directly behind the pink that he played again on. He's still on it, but he wanted it to be straight. But he caught the black a little bit on the thin side going into the pocket. Excellent recovery.
63.
Oh, he's overdone it. Needs a good kiss. He's okay.
68.
Just came off the cushion pretty quickly, I must say. One of the reds go on the left, he'll be okay.
Yes, and the red's all he needs. So he's won a
69.
frame in one visit, it appears. Now 69 points the lead. This blue's put him 74 points in front with just 67 remaining. So this is a bit more like the Ding Junhui we know.
74.
Poor safety shot from Michael, let him in for this.
75.
And you couldn't expect Ding Junhui to keep missing. Had a chance to keep the pressure on. Well, that Ding stepped back there once again.
82.
He felt as though he got a quicker than normal bounce off the top cushion.
83. $90.
Well, he played for this red in the right middle. I don't think he's on it into the right middle. Had to play it to the far corner. If it goes in, we may see a century. It's gone in. Good shot. Well, they say that there's no two frames of snooker alike. We've seen balls missed in the last frame that, well, you wouldn't see in the
97.
club handicap. Banging of the table and all
98.
that. And now it's all forgotten. As we look to this black for the century.
Brilliant. $105. $106.
Highest break at the moment is 130 by Ryan Day. He's still playing, of course, in that match with Stephen Maguire. Our second session still to come.
109.
So 136 on here. You always think it's got to be
111.
140 or above that will win the highest break, but you never know.
$114. 180. $129.
Well, that's a bit more like it from Junhui. Makes the highest break of the Alphabet World Championship so far with a wonderful break of 136. And he now leads by 4 frames to 3.
Well, is this the same man that struggled the previous frame? But to seen that great 136 break. Apart from Michael Wasley, but he's overdone it a bit.
1.
And then has he left himself a chance to pot the brown, and doesn't look like it. Just the roll up.
Michael Wasley 1.
Ding back in front then in this match. He won the first frame, and after that he was either behind or level. As John Pullman used to say, the best time to get in front is always in the last frame. Good escape. Oh, can he get through here? No, he's just playing a safety possibly. Don't think there's any pot available there.
Caught the red, the intended red was going to hit too thin. That's why he's caught the second one. Has he got away with it? I don't think so. Junhui getting down very quickly. He can get past the blue.
1.
It's not the easiest of chances. The black tied up. Certain if his idea on the brown or the green to try and go into the red. It looks as though that's what he's going to play. At least there was a chance of releasing the pink. He's possibly got a red to the right middle, but
5.
how much can he manoeuvre the cue ball? Couldn't have played the shot better though. Stun, right-hand side to widen the angle of the cue ball.
Six.
Have to play a good positional shot now off the blue. We can see the pink. More difficult pot, but gains in better position. His confidence is back.
Twelfth.
Still on the pink in the middle. He'd like to be a little bit straighter. Looks like he's going to have to play a cannon off the pink and do one of those reds, because there's nothing available otherwise. Oh, he's going in and out of balk by the look of it. Looking a bit short of pace, but he's on the red.
19.
One on the extreme left of the pack. Very thin cut, of course.
I think Junhui 19.
Came as a bit of a surprise, that. Half hour ago we didn't think he could pot a ball, and now it's hard to believe he can miss one. Now then, Michael Wasley's got to pull himself together a bit now. I think he's got a little down on himself after losing that 40-minute frame, and he had a few chances, and then Ding stuck 136 in him the next shot. Thinking about contact there. Ball was bouncing.
One. Seven. Eight.
Everything going in the middle of the pocket now. I think there's one red at the back of the pack may go, but it's like he's trying to spread him. Yes, he's been lucky.
Yeah, he won't be too disappointed with that, will he?
13.
I always say when you play those cannons, you're looking for a red to continue the visit, and he's got one to the right corner. He'll be playing the screw shot, go back up for the blue or bought colour. Just watch the middle pocket.
14.
This was a shot on the blue. Stunned it across. Okay. There was a gap that he was finding earlier on in this match, but that time he kissed the pink and it left him on a red, but he's not perfect on this blue by any means.
Foul.
Well, you wouldn't have
Junhui
expected
14.
to miss it, but on the other hand, it was very awkward queuing off the cushion. As it turned out, he hasn't left Michael Wasley anything. He's a bit ragged now, Michael Wasley has lost his way out there. It's understandable, I suppose, his first time ever at the Crucible Theatre. He knew he had a chance to be in front and didn't grasp it. Won't be the first or the last to fail to do that.
Foul. I think Junhui 4.
Trying to catch it thinner than that. I think that red in or near the baulk line, I don't think that's potable, but Junhui having a look at it, maybe he thinks he can play a good snooker or safety off that red. The red going in was a bonus. Just a tuck up behind the blue and brown here.
I think Junhui 1.
Now do very, very well not to leave a pot on here. Just missed the pink.
Foul. Miss. I think Junhui 6.
I don't see any value in Junhui having it replaced because he's got this red down the side cushion. If he knocks that in beyond the black, he should win the frame. He's got a 38-point lead at the moment.
One. Eight. Nine. $16. $17.
So snooker's required. 62 points
24.
to lead. Just 59 remaining. So he had a bit of a wobble, Terry, but looks as though he's come through it.
Yes, very much so. Looks a totally different player now. What they say, release your mind, release your cue action.
27.
That's what he's done.
28.
There's one more frame after this. At the end of this first session. If Michael Wasley could win the last frame, then will certainly get a lot out of this first session.
36.
The difference between 1 frame behind or 3. So an important last frame coming up.
Yes, he'll have to pick his game up now for the last frame. Because Ding's looking good now. Very difficult to stop in this type of form.
51.
But if you get a chance, you never know.
53. 56. 60. 65.
Well, Ding has dominated these last 2 frames.
65 in the frame.
Another big break of 65 to follow on from 136 he made in the previous frame. Moves 2 in front now. It's 5-3 in front.
So Michael Wasley gets the final frame of this first session underway, and he needs the green to come to his rescue here, and I don't think it has. A little shake of the head. If you wanted to really get something out of this session, you feel win this frame. It's a big frame in the context of the match. I think Ding Junhui, if he comes out of this with a 3-frame advantage at 6-3, will be delighted. He's gone through the mill. Banging his cue on the floor and all the things you don't associate with this young man from China, but that's the crucible. That's what it brings on people. Takes you out of your comfort zone. Into the pink, didn't hit it that well, but he's got a red to continue, and that's all he was looking for. If you want to get the best result from that, of course, hit the pink full in the face, which he didn't do, but as I say, he's got a red to go at.
Seven.
Now he may play down and leave himself a nice angle on blue or pink to go into the pack of reds now.
30.
He's tried for the blue, but I thought that was a little bit iffy. If you could have got the cue ball anywhere near the bar cushion at a perfect angle to pot pink and come into the right hand side of the pack. Break is finished now.
Yeah, I think this end red will just cut in, but I agree with you. And I was a little bit surprised he didn't play for the pink on the shot before. I mean, you don't ideally want the pink up that end of the table, but this red just goes. But he missed it.
Ding Junhui, 80.
So that's a little bit of a let-off from Ding Junhui for Michael, and he'll be pleased to have it as we see the wall go up.
Thanks.
The match on the other table finished, so they've got the Crucible Theatre to themselves, and that'll be a new experience for Michael. And it certainly makes the place look a lot bigger, doesn't it? I mean, when you get down to the one-table situation, the table is in the middle of the arena, whereas now you've just got this black space, really, on the other side with the table and a few people that have stayed to watch this final frame.
Maybe worth going into the pack of reds here. He's having a look at it. Be very unlucky not to split them and still be on the pink. Oh, he overdone it.
1.
And he's not on the pink.
No, but he's come nicely on the yellow, hasn't he, for that cannon on the reds.
Yeah. Another chance then to go into the pack. No luck this time.
3.
It's a problem when you're going into the meat of the pack. They don't split that easy.
Yeah, he hit them absolutely perfect. I noticed that earlier on in another frame when he played off the yellow. You could put a bit more pace into that shot, you would have thought, but I wouldn't argue with Ding Junhui because he's one of the best break builders that I've ever seen. Some of his touches,
Ding Junhui,
particularly around the pink and black, are exceptional.
Yeah, I think those are yellows, John. If you overhit, you tend to lose the spin and you don't hit the pack where you want to. But it's always balance in the books there, isn't it? If you hit it too hard, you may not catch the end of the pack and nothing happens. But there's always a little bit of luck involved anyway. When into a pack, nobody can say you're guaranteed to be on a red. Just got to give yourself the best chance. Beautiful. Pink playing great. Michael Wasley a bit ragged now. He's going through the ringer out there at the moment. Everybody gets it in the crucible.
Yeah, and how many times though, Terry, have we said when you get a long frame, like the 6th frame, which could have gone either way and they were both missing ball, 40-minute frame. The one who loses that frame feels as though he's put all that effort in and got nothing for it, you know, and it seemed to spur Ding Junhui on because the next frame he made a 1-3-6. But if you lose them frames after so much time and effort, it can really be a downer. Desperate to get the pink up to this end of the table. I mean, personally, I'd have preferred the green here. I'm going to play with a tracer right-hand side, you see, just to straighten up that cue ball. Had a good view of that there. And that's nice, he'll settle for that. It was worth the risk playing the pink.
Seven.
Just see, just a tracer right-hand side, so when it came off the baulk cushion, it just straightened it up. And he couldn't have asked for a better result than that.
Eight. Thirteen. $14.
His ball moving a little bit quicker now. The cue ball after striking it, that means he's timing it better. He'd lost that somewhere in the middle of the match. He's dominated the last few frames. It's got 245 points for Ding and 6 for Michael Wasley in the 2 previous frames. Ding, of course, won 3 frames on the spin from 3-2 behind, and as John mentioned, that long frame, which could have taken Michael Wasley if he'd have won it 4-2 in front, has changed the match. Hasn't come good in this one.
Yeah, in potting the red, he knows he's going to run into the second red, but I don't know, maybe playing the run through and pushing through that second red. May still give him position on blue or pink. But the fact he's given it plenty of thought, it's not straightforward.
That's nicely played. Played the corner to hold for the pink in the centre. Isn't a straightforward pot, of course, and position isn't straightforward either. So you had to catch that red pretty full on to hold the cue ball. Looks at the moment, the only
26.
chance of him missing is if his foot slips. Looks deadly.
$27.
Yes, and the balls now couldn't be better situated. It's one of those situations you pop one red, it
36.
releases another. And as I say, he's always had a lovely touch, particularly around the pink.
34.
And the pink is a very handy ball to be good at, because of course it's available in all the 6 pockets, whereas the black you mainly concentrate on the 2 corner pockets. Just gives you that little bit more, but having said that, he's played a bad shot there. And considering he's only looking for one more red, he'll be very disappointed. Just wanted to stun it across, but if you notice, the pink didn't go in the middle of the pocket. If it had done, he'd have been better on this red. This took us 62 points in front with 59 remaining. It's not there, so Michael Wasley gets one more chance. Comes to the table, 61 points behind, 67 remaining. Big ask.
First ball he's potted for over 25 minutes. And he would have liked to have been straight on this pink in the centre.
Michael Wasley 1.
It's just not happening.
One.
Well, he'll be disappointed, but he should reflect back and think, well, I'm only 3 frames behind. You're playing a player like Junhui. If it had been at the top of his game, you never know what a scoreline could be. So just take
6.
stock of what happened today and get ready for the second session tomorrow.
7.
He rattled his chain a little bit earlier in the middle of the match, but just couldn't take advantage of it. And Junhui won't be happy with his performance, even though he made that high break of the 12. He's playing the green. Oh, he's playing down on 4 cushions rather than get the rest. But it's frame conceded anyway. So Junhui shakes hands with Michael Wasley. Michael Wasley will be disappointed. You shouldn't be. It was your first time at the Crucible. Junhui will be disappointed because he didn't play his best. So you never know tomorrow. Still match on. But Ding will be happy, leading by 3 frames at 6-3.
Junhui gets the opening frame of the session underway.
caught that a little bit thin, but it's turned out okay. The break-off shot. And showed some great form at the end of the first session. Seemed to be struggling a little bit earlier, and had a chat with young Michael, and I think it was the 6th frame he could easily have led 4-2, and after that he never got much of a chance. Haven't seen much of young Michael. I know you have played him, Ken, on one occasion.
Yes, one of the young and up-and-coming players. Prodigious talent he possesses, and he had Ding under a little bit of pressure in that first session. 3-2 up at one stage, and looking very, very comfortable in his debut here at the Crucible. But Ding rallied in the second part of that opening exchanges of the first 9 frames, and nice 1-3-6, a 65 and a 40 break to win the last 3 frames. And from 3-2 down, he must have been very, very pleased to get out 6-3 Ding. Michael just qualified by beating Robert Milkins, who was in the top 16, but became 17 seed because Ronnie, defending champion, of course, is #1 seed, which meant that Robert Milkins had to pre-qualify, and Michael Wasley beat him 10-9 on a re-spotted black in the qualifiers.
Foul on this. Ding Junhui for.
I think he was trying to hit the red on the way down, Dennis. He definitely wasn't trying to hit it on the way back up, because I think he might be leaving the other red into the opposite corner pocket.
Yeah, because he'll leave the red to the right of the black if he doesn't get this just right. It looked as if he could have come off the right side cushion as we look at it, past the brown with side to just nestle in the bunch. But he did have a look at that angle. Maybe he would need too much side on it. So let's see if he can get it right this time. He just wants to just slide off this. He's played it well this time. Very good. Okay, he might be back in a spot of bother again. Mind you, Ding, if he wanted to, this red pots into the right middle pocket, but he's got a straightforward safety shot off it. Try and get on the cushion behind the yellow. He's got him again, but that escapes there for him now off the right side of the table, but he'd have to be careful. I say he'd have to be careful because the red above the pink, if he doesn't nestle into the bunch correctly, he's just looking to see if he would leave that. That's the angle. I'm a little bit too close to the green there, but just past that, that's what he's looking at. But he's frightened of leaving the one above the pink, so he's choosing a different shot. That's much better. That took the possibility of leaving that one that I mentioned for the middle. Is he going to risk trying to cut this in and play a cannon onto the red that's just to the left of the cue ball, or is this just a safety shot? I think it would be asking a bit much. I think he needs the extended spider. I mean, he's got a straightforward safety shot if he just wants to leave the white on the cushion, but very awkward, that. No attempt at the pot, but that's a better shot than just leaving the white up this end of the table. Tell you what, he's very lucky there, isn't he? Hit that all wrong to Ding. He's left a possible pot on, but there's no value in it. That's why he held his hand up on the way around.
Well, he's had a look at those two reds next to the pink, and he's wondering, can he play a possible plant? The white will be going up into balk. And I'm just wondering, is it worth the risk? No, didn't think it was worth the risk at all. And he's played a good safety shot. He's covered the reds on the left-hand side of the table. Can he just get through to the outside edge? He may just be able to get through to the outside edge of the pack. This looks an excellent return and fantastic length as well. Good shot.
Yeah, he didn't have an escape route there. Michael's last safety shot was so good. The black and yellow is a pretty good target, but he may not be able to get over there from this situation, so a little thin one off the red down the right side of the table. If he could get over to where he's standing at present, that would be ideal. Can't get behind the green from this one, just the cushion. Well, that's it seemed to drift a little bit there. Almost finished up angling Ding. The corner of the pocket could have snookered him, as it just have nestled to the right.
Yeah, it's so tough to cue when the ball is parked right in the jaws of the pocket. Well, he certainly would be happy with that. A nice little nudge off the blue as well.
I think he's putting everything into this opening frame here, is young Michael. He knows the importance of this. If he was to fall 4 frames behind, it'd be an awful long way back, but if he could take it and just be 2 behind, he's right in it.
Well, okay, he's left this red into the corner pocket, but no real angle, of course, to... Doesn't look like he has an angle to get back out, has he? He may be able to screw it back, but this is going to take some cue power to get back up for the blue here. Oh, it was a good attempt. It was such a difficult shot.
Black. Junhui 1.
It's a pretty awkward frame. Some very good safety player being played, but with the pink on the side cushion and all the reds heading over that side of the table. have all been pretty fluent frames, with the exception of frame 6 that lasted 40 minutes. And that was a close encounter that got Ding back to 3 each. As I mentioned earlier, it could have been 4-2 to Michael. There's more reds getting tied up. Tell you what, Ken, it's a good thing there's not a ball over this right corner pocket, a coloured ball. Otherwise, it would be here all day, or it'd be a re-rack.
Yeah, and the players won't be enjoying this any more than possibly we are, because even though it is some fantastic safety play, I mean, they would like to just get on with it. But what can you do? You don't want to give your opponent an easy opportunity. You don't want to let them in very cheaply, and they will continue to do this until a ball ends up over the corner pocket or somebody puts it, of course.
Even our great friend, the great WT, Willie Thorne, even he wouldn't say here, this is a frame-winning chance. Looks as if there is a pot on here, but he's going to have to screw back for the black, because the blue's been knocked off its spot with that last shot. This is a test of your cueing. As I say, I haven't seen too much. He's just having a little practice there away from the table about how he wants to cue this one. So it's dead straight, needs perfect cueing. No, not quite. He was on the black. Didn't quite deliver the cue in a perfectly straight line as was needed there. Ding, well, is he straight? He's going to have to screw back by the looks of things. A slight angle. And he still screwed it back, but didn't he catch that nicely? Okay, maybe the wrong side of the black, but
one.
Nice, confident boosters. These when you cue them like that.
Yes, and this will certainly help matters. Getting the black back on its spot. You're just seeing as they bring it back into an area where you can get to the gap of the red. Either that's close to the corner pocket, or you can leave a long straight red to get back onto the black should it go back on its spot.
Eight.
Well, that's a beautifully executed shot there to leave the white on the black. The judgment here with the stun run through, you won't see many better positional shots than that. He made it look so easy. It's still a little bit congested there, but that was a lovely little shot he played there.
Well, he's looking at leaving the cue ball somewhere near the top cushion, but if you could get rid of the red just to the right of the black, that would certainly be ideal. He doesn't fancy it on this occasion. So he wants to try and put the cue ball now when potting the next red almost in exactly the same
16.
position as he just was there. But he's got to be very careful. There's not a lot of room for error.
Yeah, he wants to try and keep close control. There was a possibility, looking at the angle, that he could pot the left one. He's taken the right one, but oh, he's missed the cannon, and he'll be so disappointed with that shot. Wanted to cannon this red full ball, and he misjudged it. You don't normally see a reaction from Ding, but we got one there.
Blue. Junhui 17.
There's a few Ding supporters in the audience. A very popular player all over the world these days, and certainly in China. I was out there a couple of years ago and went out with Ding and his sponsors for a meal. It was quite incredible, that little town we went to. There were out of all the shops and stores out just to meet him, just to see him. Can get in behind the brown here if he judges this. He hasn't hit it hard enough. He's got the line, but not enough pace on it. And Michael might be able to play a similar shot. In fact, he might be able to take a pot on to this right corner, but looking at the angle, he may play a more difficult one. Yeah, well done. Good shot, that one. Played with lots of right-hand side. He picked this one out nicely. Made sure he got round the back of the black, only just. But still not a good chance just yet.
Four.
He could do with getting on that red that's just to the right of the black. And then he could have the black in the clear. That's what he's looking at there. And if he's dead straight on the green, he can screw back off the side cushion and out onto that red. Yeah, it looks to be absolutely perfect. There you can see it, right down at the bottom of the cue ball. Oh, has he hit it too hard? He'll be on the other one, so just a bit too far, but he can use the other red as a stopper here.
8.
Well, this will certainly open things up. Now, how does he play this? Does he really hit it hard and just
15.
hope to scatter some of the reds and finish nicely on the black? Just played it delicately, so he's only got
16.
one red to go at. He didn't want to risk hitting it too hard there and maybe not finish on the black. Well, this next shot will develop a few
23.
reds. If this works out for him, he can give himself a decent chance. But he's got to make sure he pots the red and let the white just cannon into the other reds and see what happens. Well, this is going to be a bit unlucky.
24.
I mean, he's got terrific cue power just looking at that action he's got, but this is a toughie, I can tell you. That was a difficult shot.
Michael Wasley, 24.
It's a tough enough shot at the best of times. When you're 6-3 behind against probably the top player in the world at the moment, and that was always going to be tough.
One.
Oh, this looks pretty good if it gets a bounce on the cushion. Just a little bit short. But he does have the blue. There's a natural angle on the blue. If he wishes, the black looks like a very tough angle.
If he takes the blue, he's got to avoid the ball colours to get around the table. And he's played this nicely. How's your luck here? That's not bad.
8.
That's pretty good.
Nine. Junhui, 9.
Well, can you believe it? He must have taken his eye off that and was thinking more about the cue ball.
One.
Apparently that's the first black he's missed off the spot. It was a sitter. So the blue and the white will automatically come back up towards these reds. That's a great effort. That's a great effort from Michael there.
Yeah, super shot, wasn't it?
6.
Always tough. Coming off that tough cushion. Another excellent pot.
7.
Well, I don't think he has the angle this time on the black.
Just a nice little black and leave himself an angle on the red to get up behind the brown, and he'll put himself in the driving seat. Yeah, he's got the angle to flick off that red next to the pink and get behind the brown.
Yeah, big target, isn't it? Yes, maybe bringing that red away from the cushion as well into a potable position. But it's all with the pace here.
Michael Wasley, 14.
Well, that's not too bad. Didn't get behind the brown, but I'm not quite sure what he's left enough of this red on here. Well, that's an excellent safety shot from Ding. Very, very good.
He badly wants this frame, doesn't he? He wants to try and get this match over as quickly as possible, and if Michael can take it and just be 2 behind, he's right back in it. Nicely played. And he's going to have an angle on the green to stun up behind this last red. This is a chance. He's got the perfect angle to just drop behind the red. He wants to get about 12 inches from that red would be ideal. Well, he tried to get in behind the red, and catching the middle pocket has spoiled everything.
Michael Wasley, 4.
Yeah, if he had have missed the middle pocket bump, he would have finished where that got the other white, and he'd have been perfect on the red. This is not a good one. Another chance for Michael.
Yeah, if he just plays it just with topspin, he's just got to be careful. The cue ball maybe going somewhere towards the middle pocket. But he's put a little bit aside. He's controlled it beautifully, and he's lovely on the blue. Absolutely perfect. Excellent shot.
And this will hurt Ding, make no mistake about it, because he missed a sitter of a black off the spot.
6.
And you've got to make your opponent pay for those errors.
8.
So he's right back in this now, Ken.
Yeah, he doesn't want to finish straight on the screen.
$11.
22 points ahead now. Just the brown to put this frame beyond doubt. And a good start for Michael Wasley. Well played.
15.
Just coming up to not far off 36 minutes for this opening frame. Well, the blue's not finished yet. There's 6 pockets. You never know where it'll finish up.
Michael Wasley 15.
26 the difference, barring snookers. Michael Wasley's got a frame back. Chance of a snooker here, though. Two snookers needed. It's happened on many occasions, but Michael will be hoping this isn't one of those occasions. Great long pot that definitely secures this opening frame of this session. This time Ding will stay in his
5
seat.
on frame, Michael Wasley.
And he signals to a referee, Terry Camilleri. He's had enough. And Michael Wasley, he'll be delighted. He needed this frame, and he's got it. He's just 2 behind now. It's 6-4. You never get any 2 players with the same style, do you? Everyone's individual, and the grip and the bridge hand. He looks to have a good tactical game, does Michael?
Yes, he certainly competed with Ding in that opening frame, and particularly in the safety battle. Ding is one of the best safety players in the world. I know he's one of the best break builders in the world, but also he's got a top safety game. If you can compete with Ding in that department, you're doing well. He's had such a terrific season, Ding, so far. Winner of 5 ranking tournaments this season, equals Stephen Hendry's record.
It was close, but it was never in. And if you look at where the cue ball finished, that was the reason he missed the pot Had he have potted that red cleanly, it'd have been round on the blue.
One.
An early chance for Michael here. Maybe just play a delicate little cannon. He has got 4 loose reds there. No need to go into the bunch at this stage. Yeah, I mentioned earlier everybody's individual with their bridge hand and backhand, and Michael, Ken, you'd spotted he keeps his fingers quite close together.
Yeah, it's quite unusual. You see most players would spread their fingers, but look how close he keeps
9.
his fingers together. It's not often you'd see that with any player. Yeah, very close together. It doesn't seem to be affecting him in any way, but it's quite unusual.
16.
Still got a couple more loose reds. He could, if he wanted, play this with a lot of topspin or get into the pack. And that's what he's played. I love that shot. That's a fabulous shot the young man's played. Took the bull by the horns there, and he couldn't have played it any better. Brilliant. May have to just play a delicate little screw shot here. Now he could hold it just by dropping it in. Well played.
25.
Well, can he hold himself together? Great chance to get back to just 1 behind. For a debutant at the Crucible Theatre, he's done remarkably well. I like his style. What's he done here? If that red
32.
doesn't pass the pink, he's going to have to take the one into the left corner and head up towards the balk area, because the blue won't go into the left corner pocket or center pocket, that's for sure. So up for yellow, green or brown.
33.
He certainly doesn't hang about, does he, once he gets going?
35.
Very quick into his stride. And that was an excellent split from the
36.
black. Plenty of red still available after he takes this red and blue.
$42.
Yeah, the red next to the pink is pretty straightforward. He's looking at the other one
47.
into the bottom left-hand corner pocket, but he's just a little bit concerned where the pink will spot after. Definitely he's not going to go in its own spot, so it'll go directly. There you see the pink spot is covered.
$48.
always tell from a player's body language as well, Dennis, the way they go around the table, the way they
55.
the two-table arena, this marvellous Crucible Theatre in Sheffield. But yeah, the body language of a player as he goes about his break, you know, Michael Wasley is giving off indications that he's very, very comfortable out there and really enjoying it.
56.
And what he did there with the noise on the other table, they're in between frames, he just gave himself a few more seconds there before he got down in the shot, so that's a good sign. He started this match so well with breaks of 53 and 63, and this one's coming just at the right time for Michael and his supporters. 62 ahead, still a possible 75 on the table.
62.
Well, this certainly is giving Ding something to think about.
I think the pink pots as well, so he can stun this red in and leave it for the pink into the opposite corner. He only needs red and pink, black or blue to leave Ding needing a snooker, so the fact that the pink is on is a little bonus.
63.
Now has he got an angle to bring some more reds into play here? We've got to make sure the pot first. That's okay, not too bad.
Just 2 seconds.
Referee Terry Camilleri just saying, give me a couple of seconds while he gets the pink into an awkward spot there, as near as to its own spot as possible in a direct line behind it. And the other red slightly in the way, so a steady thumb needed.
69.
Just has to drop this in the middle pocket. Doesn't have to screw back for the black, just. Well, it looks as if he's still going to try and screw back also, but make sure of the red. Yeah, that's, ooh, only just.
70.
Only just.
Yeah, it just knocked on the door, didn't it, before it went. This is another excellent shot. Well played.
77.
Break goes to 77. Can we see? Century break
Oh, he's
on his
78.
debut.
Yeah, that's always a milestone in a player's career, to make your first
85.
century at the Crucible. Ding has got the highest break at the
86.
moment, a break of 136 that he made in frame 7. How many has he got left on the table here?
93.
Break goes to 93.
94.
He can equal the 136 with 2 blacks, but this for the century.
$101.
Well, he's not going to bother about trying to
102.
equal that highest break, because it probably won't stand anyway, I wouldn't imagine, with the standard of play these days.
$108.
And I think Michael knows that Ding's under a bit of pressure, though he's won 5 ranking tournaments. He knows that Ding wants this world champion so badly. And he knows that Ding's under quite a bit of pressure to achieve that. So, as I say, since Ding missed that easy black, the match has turned somewhat.
110.
Yes, and this break is going to certainly give him some more confidence. It's just a fantastic break.
113.
And it all came about from that wonderful split, wasn't it, from the black for Michael Wasley earlier in the frame. Off the top cushion, lots of top spin, arc the cue ball into the pack, and they split beautifully. It's very impressive stuff.
122. $128.
135 break from the young debutant here at the Crucible, Michael Wasley. And he cuts the deficit once more. It's now Ding Junhui 6, Michael Wasley 5.
Frame 12. Ding Junhui to break.
Can't have a go at the red into the right corner because he'd cannon straight in the black. It's not a free shot, so just a safety. Settle for that, although there may be a red that Ding can play safe off, and he might just slot it. Well, I don't think it goes into the right corner, so. Making sure there that he wasn't going to push a red over the right corner. He hasn't really got away with it. It looked like he might have, but this red will cut into the right corner. Well, you can tell where the cue ball is finished that he hit that red much too thick. Had he have potted it, he would have finished nicely on the blue. Not an easy chance though for Ding because of the black tied up. This needs a good shot here to get position. And you'll have to screw back off the side cushion with a bit of side to get out onto the pink. You can see how low he's digging down to that. I'll tell you what, he's put himself under quite a bit of pressure. He's never really recovered from that easy black that he missed. He really hasn't, Ken.
Yeah, he's certainly rocking a little bit at the moment. He's not looking like a 5-time ranking winner this season, this match so far. Come here is probably second favourite to Ronnie O'Sullivan, but at the moment he's in a battle now.
1.
It's amazing how quick, as we look at pot success, 91% Michael Wasley, 88% now for Ding. But it's amazing how a lead can be whittled away very, very quickly. That can be the loneliest chair in the arena at times. And here was the black in the first frame. And it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped since then for Ding. Needs to get his composure back very quickly, because this young Michael Wasley is looking very, very composed and getting stronger as the match has gone on.
Seven.
Yeah, I think yesterday when Ding was struggling all of a sudden from 3-2 down, he won 4 frames in a row with breaks of 136, 65 and 40. But you can't keep leaving it like that. It's the first to 10, and this young player is closing in on the Chinese sensation.
That was a tremendous pot into the middle, particularly at that pace.
He did the right thing. He just got away from the table again. He hadn't quite made his mind up. It's a little bit like a golf shot. You'll see the top pros are ready to take the shot and they're not happy. They walk away from it and then come back to it again. And that's exactly what Michael did there. That may not be too bad.
25.
Yeah, there is a red that'll just pot into the right corner.
26. Yep.
He's enjoying himself out there, I can tell you. When I had a chat to him earlier, he said he really did enjoy yesterday, and some players embrace this place and some get a little bit uptight, but he's loving every minute of this.
$29. 30.
Well, he's worked this break very, very well. And there you see it, over 200 points without reply from Ding and counting.
36. $37.
That's a bit unlucky in one
43.
respect. He's still on a red, but how did he get through that gap? A little nudge would have been better. He's cueing well, the boy. I think he got a bit of a kick there, though. Just gives him a slightly different angle on the pink here. Just means that the pink's slightly more difficult than it would have been without the heavy contact. And it means that it's slightly more difficult to regain position. A straight pink here and it would have been perfect. It wasn't Michael's fault there.
Well, if he tries to dig into the cue ball, he can screw the pink in and try and make a cannon on the red that's closest to the pink. It's very difficult. Well, has shown
Wasley,
a lot of years of maturity in that shot alone.
Yeah, you could see it jump. In fact, the red went in the left side of the pocket and it took the white off at a different angle altogether.
Yes, but what a clever shot he played there, Dennis. I mean, he tried to tie the pink up. He's got a 44-point lead, and maybe a lot of other players his age may have thought playing the pot was the right shot, but he's putting the onus back on Ding here.
Yeah, just maybe Michael's got old Crafty Ken's video. Do you like that name, Crafty Ken? I prefer the Darling of Dublin, but
I've been called Clueless Ken at times. I don't know.
Ding needs the pink and black in play, really, but he can't afford to risk bringing them into play and sticking one up for Michael. He might just take this one on because he's cleverly tied up the high-valued colours, so no reason why he shouldn't have a go at this and get himself onto the blue. Very good cueing indeed. He's full of confidence. He's now striding around the table like he's been here for years.
6.
And I think that's one of the keys,
7.
Ken, isn't it? Coming here and enjoying it. He's embracing every moment of this.
He certainly is.
$12. $13.
Yeah, 57. The difference, 59 remaining. So blue will leave Ding needing snookers now to get yet again. All of a sudden, Dennis, we have a match on here.
Oh, do we ever have a match on? At 6-3, I think everyone's thinking Ding has settled down. He'll go on and run out a comfortable winner, but well, that's a little bit like the old Ding, sitting there a little bit fed up with himself. And
Michael Wasley, 18.
barring a snooker, young Michael Wasley has got himself all square with Ding. Just the one snooker needed though, so Michael has to be just a little bit careful here. Oh, he didn't want that, but has he covered it? If he has, he's okay. He may have, so he's had a bit of a result there. Yep, that won't go. Because if Ding does get a chance to get 3 reds and 3 blacks, he's still got a bit of a chance in this frame.
Yeah, Ding just checking the scores. He needs 1 4-point snooker, 4 reds, 4 blacks, and all the colours. And if he should take a red and a pink, he could only tie with 1 snooker, and that's what he was contemplating. Oh, that's very unlucky. Extremely unlucky, and Ding has conceded. Ding has had enough. Both players leave the arena, and another frame for Michael Wasley. He now levels the match with 6 frames all.
Well, the last frame before the mid-session interval, and Michael Wasley, well, if he could take this one as well, that would be all 4 frames, and from 6-3 behind, he'd be leading 7-6, but Ding will have other ideas. That's why he went out after the last frame, just to compose himself.
He's starting to push the boat out. He starts going for those type of shots because he could have easily hit that black half ball, and Michael Wasley would have been on this red.
He's just not timing the ball, is he? Even that shot, he didn't get the action that he normally would do. He's getting close to the pots, but you can tell with the cue ball finishing near the side cushion that his timing's just out slightly.
Yes, but this young man's timing is certainly in, Dennis. That was another excellent shot.
1.
Lovely angle on the blue as well. He can miss the pink and go straight into the bunch of reds. He's already been very positive in the opening frames here, and this is another chance to do exactly the same. Well, that's a poor shot. He may be on this red, but if he hit, okay, he's on the red.
6.
And it's worked out okay, but he could have really brought a lot more reds into play there and really had a good opportunity. Black may still pot into the left-hand corner pocket, but I really feel it was a good opportunity to bring as many reds into play as possible there.
Never
7.
could get into that position on the table, Ken. My legs were never long enough to... Didn't quite get the angle on the pink that he needed. But we know he's got plenty of cue power, so he can get back up. Maybe the blue, it just depends. Yeah, blue's a better angle, but oh, the old schoolboy error and a snooker player's pet hit. When you catch a ball colour when you're trying to get back up to the reds.
Yes, and I must go back to that previous shot on the blue. If he had, you know, been a little bit more positive, gone in and split the park as hard as he could, he wouldn't have had that problem of trying to go in and out of balk with the blue. He would have had a lot more options.
Michael Wasley, 12.
Certainly keeping dinner bay at the moment. Every time a safety shot has to be played, he's producing some good ones.
Nothing over that side of the table to play in behind because the yellow's up between the blue and pink, so this is another half chance for Michael. They would practice this type of shot.
1.
Well, it's not bad. He's hampered slightly, but
5.
if the black goes, he might be able to drop this in and finish on the black. And he's got an angle on the black, and with lots of topspin, every chance he could develop some of those reds. It's not an easy shot, but you got to hit the white right on the top. He certainly got through them, and if this red goes past the black when it's respotted, But does it? That's the question.
13.
It may not. It doesn't. But it was a good effort, that.
Yes, that was desperately unlucky, wasn't it? Played that black with tremendous topspin. Bounced the cue ball on top of the reds.
Yeah, he's just concerned if he flicks off the red that's near the cushion, he might leave this one to the left of the cue ball. He's just playing a safety shot off this one. Oh, he's brought the red up. That's careless.
Michael Wasley,
I would have just
13.
played off the one near the cushion and tried to get a good cue ball and leave that long one. Much better than bringing that red up with the cue ball. 46 minutes since Ding's last pot. Amazing.
That's an incredible statistic, isn't it? There's the cue ball going.
Foul. Michael Wasley, 4.
It's all happening. It's only going to cost him 4 points, but he just can't get himself going again, can he? Is he going to risk the double here? Because it's the only... No, he was thinking about it. It wasn't a bad choice to have a go at the double here, get himself on the green or brown, because he wouldn't leave a great deal, but he's decided against that. He played a pretty attacking shot there to send the red into the bunch and get a good cue ball. Now Ding will be starting to get a little frustrated now, you would have to say. Yeah, he's hit that too thick as well, but he's okay. That's an excellent safety shot. That wasn't easy from that position. But I think Michael's okay. He can play off the right side of the reds and avoid the black and get back up to the safety zone. He'll be scattering a few reds. Just got to make sure he doesn't push one over a corner pocket, but it's a natural angle to avoid the black here. That's what he's concerned about. That's the red he would play off and avoid the black, but he just doesn't want to push one over a pocket. That's the natural angle it would take if he plays off that one and then head on up the table.
Well, it was a half-decent safety shot from Ding to get around the back of the black, but he's left a chance here for Michael. It was a big shot, wasn't it? Now, what has he left?
He's knocked a few of those in there, and he's left Ding a shot with the rest, and this is a key shot. As I say, it must be, what, nearly 50 minutes now since Ding's last pot. He will get on the black if he judges this correctly, but it's not straightforward under the circumstances. And somehow Ken, if he can get himself to the mid-session interval with a 1-frame advantage, he'd be a lot happier, certainly. And if he lose this, or lost this frame, he's still got quite a bit of work to do. He's 20, well, he was 28 behind, just 21 now.
8.
But how many times have we seen it when the pressure's on, the top players in the world come into their own? They seem to have that inner strength. He needs it here after what's happened to him.
Yeah, such a big frame, isn't
16.
it? Last frame before the mid-session interval, and as you said, if Ding could win this, it'll be back up on the horse again, as we say. But he's got a lot of work to do.
17.
Well, under normal circumstances, it would be straightforward with the ball sitting like this. Look at the way those reds are lined up.
Yes, and the good thing, and I'm sure Ding would have already have done his homework, that he's not gonna need that red that's tight to the right-hand side cushion.
24.
I'm sure there are a couple of Ding supporters in the audience, but yeah, he's not gonna need that red that is
25.
pretty safe.
Yeah, they love their snooker. The Chinese people have taken it to their hearts. I can't believe it's
33.
way back 1985 that Steve Davis and myself went to China for the first time. There wasn't any decent players. They were all keen on the game of snooker. They played, some of the children played it in the streets, but we played a couple of local players, and I don't think they'd made above a 30 break. But look at the standard now that's coming from that country.
40.
So that long red that Michael missed is going to prove costly. He was very close to knocking it in.
$47.
Expect a little bit of noise from the other side of the arena there at their interval. So
54.
just keep fully focused. He's just 25 in front, so
55.
you know, he's got a terrible kick there. That white would have slipped past the black. He's okay, but
61.
it didn't spoil the pot, but it certainly, just have a look at this here. Yeah. As it turned out, cannoning the black was okay. $53, is he going to come up short? He's got to get on that last red. Well, there's two reds, but he's got to get on the one up next to green and brown to secure the frame. And that looks pretty good. Played to perfection. They're feeling a little happier now, aren't they?
$69.
Snooker's required. The brown to make absolutely sure. Keep your eye on that cue ball. It's in the pocket. No, it's not.
73.
Doesn't matter about that red. That was a
Junhui,
very
73.
timely 73 break from Junhui. And be enough to take the frame. $44 the difference, 35 on the table. Ding's got to be careful not to hit the black here.
Be careful not to leave a free ball. Overdo it. Wow, would you believe it?
Michael Wasley, 7.
It's amazing, Ken. I thought Michael was going to concede. I think Ding probably thought so. Now he can't believe that he's hit the black.
Well, there's 37 in it. If he takes a red and a pink, he'll only need one snooker. I think the idea here, Dennis, take the red and the pink, yellow, green and brown, and try and get a snooker on the blue behind the black. The blue is so close to the black, it would be very, very easy to get a snooker behind the blue and black. So take the pink, put yellow, green and brown, and he'll have a magnificent opportunity here. Wow, this would be something. Oh, he's missed the pink. Well, hold on. Where's the pink going? Hold on, hold it. Hold the front page, hold the front page.
Oh, can you believe it?
Oh my goodness.
7.
Wow, everybody's smiling, only Ding. I mean, he was on his way out of the arena. He thought it was all over, and then that pink dropped in, and wow, can you get your breath here? Ding's made a break of 73, and there's a possibility that he could lose the frame.
Yeah, pot the green, pot the brown, get down the bottom side of this table, I would say, just below the blue and the black, and try and get that cue ball as tight to the black as possible.
12.
Now he wants to be down, I would say, on this side, bottom side of the blue and black. He's looking at putting it there. That wouldn't be too bad, but I think if he gets down the other side, it might be better for him.
16.
And the only problem with this is, Dennis, the blue will be going close to a cushion here. He's got to keep the blue away from his cushion as possible.
Michael
It's not
Wasley,
bad.
16.
I'll tell you what, the fact that the blues come around towards the pink, it makes it rather awkward. We've seen Ding previously hit the black when he was trying to get out of a snooker. He doesn't want to hit the pink. A good shot under the circumstances. It never ceases to amaze you in the game of snooker. The things that can happen out there on that 12-foot by 6-foot table. Only the one chance now, and if he can get tight in behind this black and keep the pink away from that ball cushion, as tight as possible to the black would make it difficult.
Michael
Not
Wasley, 5.
quite.
It was very close, wasn't it?
He might never get a better chance. He's only got the one ball to snooker behind now, and that was the chance.
It was a good effort.
It's in a difficult spot now, really, over there. Very awkward to get a snooker behind the black now. In goes the pink. It will be a mighty relieved Junhui. He lost the first 3 frames. Michael was excellent, but Ding goes to the interval and he's got his advantage back, but it's only 1 frame, 7-6. Not the best break-off shot from Ding. Michael might be able to have a go with this red down the right side of the table, get himself onto the black.
Yeah, this doesn't look good. Bit careless there from Ding Junhui to knock that red over the corner pocket, and he hasn't covered it from the yellow. I would have liked a little flick off the
1.
pack or the pink there just to slow the cue ball down.
Michael Wasley, 1. Touching ball.
No use taking that red into the left corner pocket because the white would be going into the bunch. was a great shot, just showing you how close to the green he was cueing there without making contact with it. He may just have covered this. I'm not sure if he can get past the brown. He might be able to see enough of it. Yeah, just enough room, as you can see there, but it's not going to be easy to get on a colour. He's coming around to have a look if he stopped it or just brought it back a few inches. Would the black be available? That's what he's looking at. But if he pots it and screws back a little bit further, the pink would be on for the middle.
Yeah, it's a tough shot, isn't it? It's almost straight. Well, he's done. Oh, what a result. I was just going to say, he's done ever so well to even get the cue ball out. And what a bonus that was, just knocking the pink towards the middle pocket. Excellent shot.
Seven.
A good chance to get himself onto the blue in such a way that he can really get into the bunch, hit the pink full
8.
ball, and he could open them. He really does need to get the pink full ball, and he's having a look around. There may be a couple of reds that's available, but he's got a good angle here to spread them, and he's pretty good at playing the power shots, is Michael. Look at the action he got on that. He's a bit unlucky to finish over there. He didn't hit the pink full ball, but he still got enough
13.
screw on it to spread them and hit the pink half ball, but to cannon all those balls and finish near the side cushion and on absolutely nothing was very unlucky.
Michael Wasley, 13.
Yeah, you'd have to say he was very unfortunate not even to have a possible pot on there. Ding wants to get rid of this red that's closest to the bottom left-hand corner pocket. Call that the best safety shot in the world. He's handed the advantage back to Michael Wasley. He can put it anywhere up, and the right hand side of this table would be make things a little bit more awkward for Ding. Well, that's a bit loose. It's quite short, and Ding could possibly have a go at this red here. You could play this as shot to nothing because you can try and get the cue ball down towards this top cushion and still be on the black, and should he miss it, may not be leaving anything. So, well, doesn't look like he's contemplating this red. So maybe just a safety. Possible 3-ball plant. It is a 3-ball plant, and it's worked out very well.
One.
sure if
Junhui,
that was a
4.
heavy contact or not. I'll have another look at it. Can't quite see from that angle as to whether it was a kick or not. He played to get around the back of the black and leave it for the other corner. We show you it again. He was hoping to slip around the back of the black, but the cannon on the black couldn't have worked out better.
Eight.
Yeah, it just seemed to get a slightly heavy contact.
Nine. Sixteen.
Please, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, better shot this time, but has he left the red? Well, even if he has left the red, it's still very, very awkward. Well, there you see. The red is not potable. And that was an excellent escape from Ding Junhui. He has a chance here, Michael Wasley. Bring this red into play, back up behind blue and yellow. It's a big target.
Well, he had a good chance to put that cue ball where you suggested, Ken, but he misjudged that and caught the jaw of the middle pocket. One good long pot here. Is he going to get a favourable kiss?
One.
No, but he will have Michael in the position that he was as we show you that long pot. And as they say, the old roles are reversed now. It's Michael that's faced. Well, this looks like a hit and hope to me. How's your luck? He's hit the black,
Miss.
stuck the red up.
Ding Junhui, 7.
He thought, I'm not going to try and work out a way of landing on a red. There was no red to land on. He thought, I'll just scatter them here and see what happens. I suppose with the balls like that, if you got down and tried to hit the black, you couldn't.
Ding Junhui, 1. Can you make sure mobile phones are switched off, please? One.
Yeah, that's not bad. He's got a couple of reds that he can get onto. The one up next to the yellow's available. The one to the right of the black spot's available. Just depends on the angle he has on the pink. If he's straight, he'll screw it straight back. Oh dear, ding.
Ding
Wow.
Junhui, 1.
He hit that so poorly. It was as if he stunned it. Let's have a look. The white jumped a little bit, but it didn't look as if he struck the white low enough to play the little screw back. Hit it so hard. And he's only 30 in front.
He's really struggling at the moment. He's feeling the crucible nerves. There's no doubt about that. Listen, he's been a little fortunate he didn't get on his intended red. I mean, another couple of inches and Michael Wasley would have had a more straightforward opportunity potting this red and getting the black back on its spot. He's been messing around with his tip a little bit earlier, and I don't know whether he might have taken a little chunk out of it in one of his previous shots. He's been filing away at it with a little bit of sandpaper. Hope he hasn't caused it too much damage.
It looks as if he plays with the tip that's just overhanging slightly. You know, usually most players will have it flush to the ferrule, which is on the end of the cue to protect the wood. But it overhangs. There's quite a few players down the years have played with an overhanging tip.
Yeah, good pot. Would have loved to have been out a little bit more, even for the brown in the middle, but these blues, as we've seen before, down along this ball cushion, with any bit of pace, if it touches the cushion at all, they won't go in. What does he do? Does he just try and drop it in, or does he go full-blooded and try and punch it in with a bit of pace? Difficult shot, this. No. He's decided just to take the 5 points.
6.
And again, Dennis, evidence of shown maturity beyond his years, it has to be said.
Yes, a lot of the young players probably would have got down and tried to force the blue in and wobbled it in the jaws, and no point getting on the red if you don't pot the colour. But Ding, it would be ironic if he knocks this in after some of the shots that he's missed. Didn't even attempt it, don't blame him for that. He had a slight angle there, but keeping things tight. He's 24 in front. He knows if he gets to 9-7, he'd be a strong favourite. All to play for in this frame. That's a useful middle pocket angle there to get him out onto the pink, but he deserved a bit of good fortune after that cracking pot. He would have been on a balk colour, but that was a bit of a bonus for him there. Still got to avoid the yellow and the green to get back up to the two reds. And he's done it with lots of right hand striking there.
7.
Well, he played that very well. He's come lovely on this red into this bottom corner pocket, and that was the awkward red. The other one is a lot easier, of course, but he's almost straight on this red, and you'd have to say you'd expect him to pot this screw back for blue or pink. Just not far enough for the blue, but he's still okay. He can just either run through or just pull the cue ball back. He's deciding to run through, and he's going to take this red from mid-distance, and this is a big shot. He doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. Just hold the cue ball somewhere where the red is, and the black will be waiting for him. Excellent shot. Oh, what a lovely little flick on the blue. Looked like a big bounce off the cushion, but
he's doing what John Virgo used to do. Did I get a bounce off that cushion? And unusual to see a young player over there pointing at the cushion. But what a flick on the blue it turned out to be.
$23.
Well, this match started out the best of 19, Ken. Every chance it's going to be
26.
the best of 3 if he can carry on, knock the brown, blue and pink in. No reason why he shouldn't.
30. $35.
Well, he really is battling so hard here, is Michael. Well done. Michael Wasley takes the frame, and all of a sudden, we're all square. It's 8 frames each.
Quietly, please. Thank you.
Both players have left the arena, and we will pick up commentary for the exciting conclusion to this fascinating tussle between the experienced player and the debutant at the Crucible.
Quiet as possible, please. Frame 17, Michael Wasley to break.
Pretty poor break-off shot from Michael there, wasn't it? And that's the reason he's in a spot of bother here. He caught the blue from the break-off shot. Now, if he comes down off this right side of the reds, well, he's looked at it, but he's... Well, what was he playing there? This match, as I say, is now the best of 3, but I've just been informed, a little birdie has whispered in my ear, that this will be the last frame. So they'll have to come back later this evening to finish this one.
One. Settle down, please.
On the pink here, player finished on the other side of the arena, so a bit of noise. So surprised they haven't lifted the curtain there in the middle. Still lots of people on the other side.
Yeah, normally they stop play in a match if it goes beyond 40 minutes or so to the next match, and of course next match starts at 7 p.m. and so normally 6:20 would
8.
be around the cut-off time for the last frame, but of course there may be another couple of frames still to play. After this one, so yeah, it's not going to do the players any good, that's for sure, but whoever wins this frame, it makes it even more significant. It's never nice, is it, Dennis, when you've been taken off? You played such a long match.
14.
You can't finish it. And then, of course, you've got to hang around and wait until one of the matches finishes tonight, or the session finishes, whichever the case may be. So it could be a long wait for the guys.
15.
Just having a look to see, does the pink pot into this corner pocket? It's very, very tight. Just about goes, but he's got to be almost directly behind it.
Yeah, he's
19.
played for the blue, and that's a pretty good second choice. If he can get the blue back up onto its spot. We know the pink is available, but you have to be right in behind it. But the blue on its spot certainly helps. And every time that Michael has got close to
24.
Ding seems to just raise his game and looks a bit more settled. You know, it's when he's a frame in front he seemed to get himself frustrated, didn't he?
Yeah, a few signs of frustration, particularly in that last frame.
25.
I'd love an angle on this green to try and go into the bunch of reds around the pink. I'm not quite sure whether he has it here. Tried to force it.
28.
Just don't think he had a proper angle there. He wasn't going to generate enough pace in the cue ball to go into the pack the way he would have liked.
I think Junhui, 28.
Well, that was quite funny. He was just about to get down on the shot, Michael, and the screen came up and gave him a little fright. Chance to bring the black into play here. This is a bit risky. He wants to play the other red. And well, he's changed his mind.
All of a sudden it's pretty quiet in the Crucible Theatre because players finished on the other table and no distractions now. Always takes a little bit of getting used to, especially when you're playing across towards that empty table. But better like that than having all the noise next door. But you do get used to that. It's all part of the atmosphere of the Crucible Theatre.
Well, he tried to cover this red with the yellow. But he's certainly asking Ding a question here.
Yeah, there's a couple of reds that will pot. It's which one he wants to take on. It's the one that's slightly closer to the pocket that he's going for. Oh, he hit that on the wrong side. I thought the other one was a better choice. In fact, he could have played the other one in such a way that he could have avoided the cannon on the black and taken the other one there, Ken.
Yeah.
I don't think he's thinking straight at the moment.
No, and he looks very frustrated with himself. And those type of shots certainly give Michael Wasley a bit of confidence as well. You sometimes sense body language from your opponent, and sometimes that gives you a little boost.
played that with loads of left hand side on the ball.
6.
Wanted to be away from the cushion a little bit more than this. Just try and keep it as simple as possible. He's having to dig down now. It's pretty good, but
7.
out of position. But with the reds as they are, tight up behind the brown isn't all that bad.
Brown.
Make sure you reach this time. He didn't
it
reach the
wasn't
green in
set.
the previous frame. He'd like to get through to land on the red. You see the two reds to the left of the black, the one that's near the cushion. He'd love to come round and land on that, but there's so many obstacles in the way of getting there. I think the red on the side cushion's slightly in the way if he was to try and come off the baulk cushion and side cushion.
Quite sure whether that angle for those two reds is there.
Yeah, he'd love to be able to play that shot there, but I think the other red is in the way. It looks as if it's a possibility, but how precise would that have to be? In fact, I think the blue's in the way of that escape route that I put up. Not only the blue, but the red that's near the left side cushion's also in the way. So don't blame him this time for having to think long and hard about it. Coming up to 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Just wondering if you can go inside the yellow, across the table, try and miss the right hand middle pocket, Dennis, and then try and get the cue ball down just below the pink spot and into that corner. Just hope for a bit of luck that he gets a nice cannon on the red. The only angle I can see, or maybe if you can get just below the middle pocket off one cushion. It's so difficult, so many reds in open play.
Really is studying this one. In fact, looking to see if he can go twice across the table and get to that red, but that's just as awkward as the first shot that I put up. No, I tried to avoid that and be very, very delicate. It was such a hole he was in. It took over 3 minutes thinking time, and in the end could not find the path through for that red that I mentioned.
One.
But his heart skipped the beat as that blue ran dangerously towards that gunk of the middle pocket.
7.
That was well controlled, back in prime position now.
I'm just thinking, Ken, if Michael goes on to take this frame, I think Ding will be glad that they're being
13.
taken off here and having to come back later, because he's not in the right frame of mind at the moment.
14.
Whereas his young opponent is still fully focused. Oh, Michael, what have you done?
Michael Wasley,
That's
14.
the first sign of tension that's crept in to Michael's game. He's been so good up until now.
One.
What a let off. Still a bit of work to do though. .14 points ahead. Ding Junhui. 3 reds, 3 pinks. Make it 35 with that red close to the left-hand side cushion. So that means he's going to need that red to win this frame.
8.
He'll have to play for the one that's nearest the pocket, and it's a tricky one, but when he does take that on, he'll free the pocket for the one that's next to the black. So, key shot here.
Yeah.
Having the cue ball clean because of the way he's, not because of what happened on that shot, because of the way he's playing the next
14.
shot. It's a type of shot you may get a heavy contact on, but he'll automatically come out on the pink, and if he goes a little bit too far, he'll be on the blue.
$15.
Played it with a terrific amount of pace. You'd have thought he would have played it easier than that. Now he's got to get up onto that red from a bog colour. Probably, let's have a look. The green will get him there, but he needs to get over around the black spot area. He'd be okay. If he could pick the white up and place it on the black spot, he would be okay. Strange choice to play up for one of the bog colours there.
Yeah, he wasn't that confident, was he, in that pot? He hit it that hard that obviously in the back of his mind, if he misses it, it's going to run away from the pocket. And here's another difficult shot, this one. These are missable. Again, played it the same way.
20.
Now then, he's 27 points in front. A colour safe would be the order of the day here. He's on the yellow, but there's no value in potting it. I'd be pushing a colour safe and playing a good safety here.
Would you push the colour safe or just try and drop up behind the yellow?
Well, if he drops up behind the yellow and gets the snooker and Michael escapes from it, the balls are still all on. He's going in behind the yellow, so that's his choice. It's a good
Ding Junhui,
choice
20.
as long as Michael doesn't escape and get it safe here. 27, so he can afford one miss on this red. He doesn't want to miss it.
I'm just wondering, is he going the right way, Dennis? Would it not be ball cushion first, up and down? It's very close to the black.
Fouls. Ding Junhui, 7.
Well, that has made such a vast difference because he has to hit the red now. The fact that he's given a 7-point penalty there, there's 34 the difference. So if he doesn't hit it this time, he needs a snooker. So in the end, Ding's choice of running in behind the yellow proven to be the correct one after that shot that Michael's just played.
I think the black is tighter to the cushion. Yeah, it's got to go down. Oh, it's probably a little bit tighter to the cushion. It's about right now.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think if he went up to the ball cushion first, up and down,
Yeah, that's the shot you were saying, Ken. He's going to play it with side and... Oh,
Fouls.
why hit it that hard?
Ding Junhui 4.
Now it's Michael's turn to get a little frustrated.
Scores.
Well, he's 28 behind. He needs a snooker, so we can't call a miss.
Scores.
Yeah.
Well, he's putting it back, but
Can't.
he can't call a miss because
It's not a miss.
he needs a snooker.
It's not a miss.
So Ding will possibly play the cross double here. Red going towards the bottom right hand corner pocket with a chance of possibly going in, and of course cue ball back to Balk. Watch the red.
Well, 38 the difference. And Ding's got a snooker. So barring snookers, Ding's got his nose in front again.
It was a clever little shot Michael played there. Brought the black into play, and that will certainly help his cause.
Cushion first and a chance of a snooker here. He didn't play to hit the red. Going up, he wanted to come off the cushion and send it back up the table with the possibility of getting a snooker.
Round. Ding Junhui 1.
Michael is carrying on, but he's 39 behind with 27 on the table. But they're going to have to come back this evening. It'll be on the first available table, depending on how the matches go.
Two. Michael Wasley 2.
At the moment, Michael needs 3 4-point snookers just to tie. shake Ding's hand. It's been a tough afternoon for the world number 2, and it's been a pretty good afternoon. But that'll make him feel better. Pretty good afternoon for young Michael Wasley.
Well, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure the guys now, actually, Dennis, which is quite unusual. The boys have just been told here, and they weren't aware of it, so they'll be very disappointed.
It will finish before the first table will be finished tonight. It will continue tonight.
Finish now, yeah?
Terry Camilleri just explaining. I suppose it's his first time here. Ding didn't even know. There's no way they can start another frame. So
it's been pulled. Yeah. Cheers, mate.
All sorted. We'll see them later on for what I'm sure, Ken, is going to be an exciting finish.
Late night drama at the Crucible Theatre as Ding Junhui breaks off, looking for that elusive frame to beat this young debutant who's done really well here, Michael Wasley. It's not something I've actually experienced, being pulled off and then having to wait all evening and come back just to play a possible 2 frames, but you've got to get your concentration together. This is not ideal for either player.
Yes, you like to get preparation, don't you, for this type of pressure. But you've got no chance of doing it because you've got to wait for the other match to finish. You never know when the match is going to finish in front of you.
No, so these two... Well, I'm certain they've been waiting since 9 o'clock at least, because one of the matches could have finished a little earlier. Interesting to see how Ding Junhui reacts, because there's been times in this match that have been very unlike him, banging his cue on the table. I remember one frame he lost where he threw his cue on the table, so he's been getting very frustrated. Chance of a pot here, though.
As close as you can get without it going in the pocket. But he hit it quite well. The cue ball's going into the balk area.
Michael's got to be careful if he plays safe off this red that's almost tight to the left-hand cushion. You don't want to get the double kiss. So it looks as though he's going to content himself with just a containing safety, leaving the cue ball near this top cushion. When this match started, Ding Junhui was, believe it or not, 1-66 on, 20-1 Michael Wasley. Well, those odds have completely dropped now. The form book has gone out of the window. And that's a poor shot. Needs the black to come to his rescue, and I think it has. Poor shot, lucky to get away with it.
Yes, that's left things a bit awkward now. He's looking if he can take the cue ball down towards the yellow side of the table and cover that red, but there's risk involved with that. The red between green and brown. No, he's taken his time, made his choice. He's played that quite well. He's left Dig see the red, but at least hasn't left a pot on.
safe enough. Of course, Michael Wasley will be looking at this frame as he can't afford to make any mistake, because one mistake could be his last.
Yes, you're quite right, John, but what he's also got to do, he's got to stay positive when he gets down to the shot. Commit to your decision, whatever it may be. Certainly done that this afternoon. He played a good session. Michael Wasley, of course, was 6-3 down after the first session. We're into the third session now.
Yeah, as it turns out, yeah.
Yeah.
Only supposed to be 2 sessions, but they didn't get through their allotted frames this afternoon, so they have to make way for the evening session. Not bad. It'd have been tight to the baulk cushion, it'd have been better.
Play that well. Just clipped the green, but he's still okay. Yes, I was saying, John, in these situations, what you've got to do, obviously you don't want to make any silly errors and lose the match in that way, but on the other hand, you've got to go out there and grasp your opportunity rather than wait for a mistake from your opponent. That's what Ding will do, and Michael Wasley will have to do the same.
Yes, it was very evident, that sort of thing, in the deciding frame last night between Ryan Day and Stephen Maguire. Ryan Day just decided to take the bull by the horns in the deciding frame and was very positive. You can't just sit back and wait for your opponent to make mistakes.
Made a 90-odd break, 92 break or something in the decider.
Yeah, he played superb in the deciding frame, did Ryan. Well, he's playing safe off this red, as I say, on this left-hand side, but it's so close, you've got to be wary of the double kiss. Well, he's played it pretty well. And the more it runs, the better it will be.
Well, we're into the coming up to the 8th minute of this frame. Nothing potted as yet. Ooh, that bounced off the cushion.
The yellow has come to his rescue. Well, I say that. Is the red closest to the right corner? Ding, having a very close look at this. I just don't think you can see enough of the red to pot it.
What's been noticeable with Ding in this excellent run he's had with 5 events he won this year is that when the games come tight at the end, he's very aggressive. I've watched all the matches, all the snooker tournaments on television now, whether it'll be on different channels, doesn't make any difference. Blimey.
Yeah, not the most delicate of safety shots. Those reds could have finished up anywhere there. He's lucky not to leave anything easy. But Michael can get through to this red, which Ding Junhui couldn't get through to, and it's one of those, if you was to knock it in, come round off 2 cushions, you'll be on the black. It's decision time.
It'll be a very brave shot if he takes that on.
I think it's the type of shot that if you were 9-8 in front, you'd take it on for certain.
If he doesn't like the safety shot, he'll have to take the red on, but if he keeps looking at that red with the centre, thinking he can play a safety of that, then you're going to put doubt in his mind when he takes the pot on. He's committed. Great shot. What a shot under extreme pressure. Wonderful stuff.
Thought long and hard as whether it was worth taking on. Good pot. Now, can he make the most of this opportunity and take us into a deciding frame? He's give himself a chance.
Nine.
The black only available into the left corner. But he's played that nicely. He can pot this red and play for the black in the same pocket. He'd love to get rid of the red that's
60.
just to the right of the black, so he could play and have the black available into both corners.
70.
Well, there are reds in the middle of the table, so I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket by necessarily playing the cannon here. It could go wrong. Well, he managed to be able to screw past the red. What a chance.
24.
Yeah, it's a great long pot to get started. Immaculately position in place since then. Got to keep that going though.
25.
We talked about commitment earlier on, and he certainly committed on that red.
32.
Those are the type of shots that gets the adrenaline pumping. Risk involved. May well have been out
33.
of this tournament if he'd missed that red. Now we're very much still in it.
40.
I must say this has been an outstanding debut appearance for Michael Wasley, the Crucible, drawing the number 2 in the world, and has played at a very high standard.
41.
Just slipped out of position there first time.
Yeah, he wanted to put a little bit
48.
of side on that, but he's still on it to the middle. Nicely in.
39.
And he doesn't look like missing here.
Yes, and it's all blacks, but I'm not even
56.
thinking about maximums, and he won't be. He'll be playing for the blue off this. The frame's the most important thing.
57.
Pot the blue, another couple of reds, couple of colours will take us to that decider. Quick glance at the scoreboard. May have to play the cannon here, unless there is a red he can play for. He's played the cannon, and it's worked out nicely. Well, I say nicely, he's just going to be slightly hampered by that red closest to the cue ball.
62.
He just might not be able to get to the centre of the cue ball, which makes this red a little bit awkward. But okay, played it well. Frame at his mercy now. Decider coming up. What a performance. Brilliant long red, and as you say, Terry, never looked
70.
in any danger from that moment on. He looked completely at ease.
71.
Ding Junhui is going to go to a decider.
Another one. We've had quite a few of those this year, so in the first round.
Yes, and how many times do we say that the seeds are always under pressure the first rounds, even though it's best of 19 frames? On paper, on form, you think, well, there's certainties. Ding Junhui has won 5
79.
ranking events this season, equaling Stephen Hendry's record, but counts for nothing when you come out of the crucible. Anything can happen. Well, he got a bit of a bounce there, it seemed to me, off that cushion. Doesn't matter
86.
though. Frame long gone.
Thanks. 87.
He's walking on water out there at the moment. Not so long ago, he was worried a bit about staying on tour. Came through the Q school a few years ago. Those players, their first objective in the first year is to stay on tour, and that's not easy.
94.
Now he's in the crucible, going to decide in frame against the number 2 player in the world.
And in goes the double, so we may just see a century, and what a performance that would be, considering
95.
the situation. Pink or black for the century. So he's come out, all guns blazing. 13 reds, 1 blue, 11 blacks. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
$102.
And in that one goes. Now, if that red stops, the black may be available.
103.
He's put his arms up. The black doesn't go to the corner. It could go in anywhere, this, I'll tell you, anything could happen. Well, not quite, but what a marvellous break that was of 103 from Michael Wasley. Great opening red, and he's now taken the world number 2 and one of the favourites for the championship to a decider. Well, decent break off, not left a pot on. That's half the battle.
The biggest test of all now. Trying to keep calm with a clear mind under the most extreme pressure.
Much too thin on that safety from Ding. Now, the red on the left-hand side of the table is the one you'd want to be on. But can he get past the blue? It's tight. There is another red, the one to the left of the cluster, but that's dangerous. Playing this one, you feel this is the only red you could leave should you miss it. But is he going to miss it? Great shot. And the red just above the black is available. He's got a perfect angle on the blue.
Just looking there if you can run through off the cushion and stay in this red just above the black, or you could stun it down. You've got 2 choices. Run through it is. It's come a bit low.
6.
He's taken the bull by the horns, there's no doubt about that. A
7.
very, very aggressive shots from Michael Wasley there.
Nine.
Well, they're all
10.
in front of him now. Reds are well spread. Plenty of pressure. Plenty to go wrong. At this moment in time, Michael Wasley looks as if he's in the best position he's ever been in his life. Looks very composed, very aggressive. Hasn't got the angle here to get down to the reds. Well, he's forced something out of it, but maybe come a little bit too far.
15.
Got one in the centre, but he'd like the one that's below that to get on the black, and this one thin with the rest. They're all tricky. Everything's tricky at this stage.
No problem. Just asking for the cue ball to be cleaned. His heart will be pounding, there's no doubt about that. This is where you need to trust your technique.
$23. Thank you. 24.
Nicely played. Had to get that cannon right, but again, can't stay on the black now.
Yeah,
31.
just have to stun up the table. He'll be running off with the reds. Don't have to play it too hard to be on blue or bought colour. As long as he stays away from the side cushion, he's not too
32.
bad. It looks as though he's got just enough angle on the green. Just looking to see if that red immediately below the pink is available to the right corner. Oh, got into that a bit too much. Nearly went in off. His heart must have been in his mouth for a
35.
second. He's now not inch perfect. I think the red that's closest to the cue ball will pass the green. Just. But no. Well, in the
Michael
last
Wasley,
frame, he never
35.
looked like missing. But he's missed his opportunity there. It was a poor positional shot off the green that cost him, but listen, under this pressure, he's entitled to make a mistake or two. And he's been fortunate, he's not left anything.
I forget that Ding hasn't potted the ball yet.
No, he's having a look at Trying to take the cue ball back to the baulk end. It looks easy to stun that red near the top cushion and just leave it in a safe place. Oh, there you go. Well, that is a long time, before nearly 25 minutes since he last potted a ball. He's taking this on, is he? Well, what a shot that was to play.
Very unlucky, wasn't he, to catch the black like that after such a great... That's what you call being positive. That is a really tough shot in any circumstance.
He needs another good one now, though.
Well, the black is really an easier pot than the red he just took on. Do you think he didn't intend kissing that black, Sean? Did he? He thought perhaps he'd get past the black when he took that red on, but he just caught it, didn't he?
Yeah, I
Otherwise
think
he'd have been
he
safe.
played the pot thinking that he could get the cue ball back to the baulk end. Can he risk another attempt at an outrageous pot? Because if he misses this one, he could be out of the Dafabet World Championship 2014. One of the main contenders.
And you can't say he's rushing it. He's taking his time. He's going to make his choice, and it's normally a positive one. If he's going for anything, it's got to be 100%. Here we go. Oh, class, man. Class.
Good pot. Terrific pot.
8.
Didn't put all his eggs into one basket, though. He just played it in such a way that, OK, he'd be on the red, but made certain of the black. Didn't forgo the pot for good position on the red, but I think he can just get past the brown for this red to the right middle. And now be looking for an angle on the brown or green. I don't think he can get through to the brown. Has he got an angle on the green?
Well, he deserves all he gets here. After those two pots, he took on that red and that black.
He's just got a slight angle on this green. Not much of one. He's going to have to, if he really wants to get close to the next red, he's going to have to force it slightly. Just a little stun just to widen the angle. Now, does this red below the pink go to the right corner?
12.
If it doesn't, then he's not on anything easy.
Yeah.
No, he played for the red next to the pink, to the right of the pink, didn't he? It's hard to tell. I think that red goes, John.
No, it doesn't go.
Doesn't go.
He's having to play one of the two in line with using the rest. It's a thin cut. It's there. It's there, and he's played it so confidently.
13.
That took a lot of courage to play it like that, because if he'd have missed it, he'd have left it in the jaws. But as you said in the last frame, Terry, if you're going to play it, be positive. Michael Wasley did that with that marvellous 103 break and that marvellous opening red, but Junhui has replied in kind here. Both players showing tremendous courage under the utmost pressure. just got into that just too much. He's not good on the red.
18.
Back in the same place as the previous shot.
Well, even worse.
We always say fractions, and that's all it is. A little bit here and there makes the difference, but this has been excellent. This mini session, this third session. Both players playing extremely well. Great competition. Atmosphere is brilliant here in the Crucible. You could hear a pin drop here.
Well, decided that he can't risk a pot here, so playing safe. Needs to find that baulk cushion.
Ding Junhui. 18.
And it looks as though he's got the snooker on all reds. I don't think that Michael can get past the blue. So quickly down, playing the two-cushion escape with pace. He doesn't want to catch this red too thick. Oh, played it well, good shot. A little bit thinner would have been perfect, but puff of the cheeks. He's got to settle for that. He was in a spot of bother there. This red will cut, of course, to the right corner, but Ding having none of it, starting to play the safety. And a good safety it is. Good length. Not snookered Michael on all the reds this time, but in a way, it's just as difficult a shot to get safe. He's looking to see if he leaves the cue ball near this top cushion, whether he can play the containing safety, but he'd have to catch it just right. Otherwise he could leave a red to the middle. Ooh, and just avoid the double kiss. But that red's running on and leaves Ding Junhui a chance. Hit the wrong side of that red.
That's what I thought, John. He didn't try and hit the red that way, I'm sure. I mean, anything could happen out there now.
As I say, form book out the window. Who's going to make the last mistake? Was that it?
It wasn't an easy one. There's the distance involved as well. And as it turned out, the red's come down and it's not on for Michael Wasley. But Michael Wasley, I think, would be very happy that Ding missed that red. There's nothing better than quality under extreme pressure. Competition at its best.
Looks like an easy path back to baulk. He's looking at the possibility of a possible plant, but more concern, he should be trying to get that cue ball as close to the baulk cushion as he can. Trying not to leave a pot on.
Yes, it's the one, the extreme left is the carrot, isn't it? You got to cover that. Because if Ding can see that, he'd be going for it.
Needs to miss the green. Catching the green. It's a dangerous thing. The only thing is the black now is finished up on the top cushion. And the pink's not available into the right middle. And if he tries to screw back, for example, for the blue, this makes the pot doubly difficult. For me, if you're going to play the pot here, make certain of the pot. Don't try to overdo it. Well, he did try to screw back, and that made it a lot more difficult. But he's not left anything easy. Not even an easy safety shot with that red going near the bault line.
The problem is, of course, he couldn't stay. He just stopped that cue ball where the red was for the pink in the middle because he wouldn't go. So he had to play the deep screw. He may as well have played a safety shot.
Well, he could have just potted the red and then played the safety.
Yes, but the one great value in that was if he just potted the red. If he missed it, he was leaving him right in amongst them. You haven't got the same spirit if you just play in the pot, Junhui, with no colours on it. It's not quite the same.
Anyway, he's lucky to get away with it, having missed the red. Well, just having a look, if he plays this red on the right-hand side of the table and stuns it in, apart from the red he's playing, what else will he leave? He's thinking about it. If he could get to the red that's near the bault line, he'd play safe off that, but the yellow's covering that. So he's building himself up for a big shot here.
Played out well.
He did play it well, and as long as he got near the jaws of the pocket with the red, it was always going to be a good cue ball. But can Ding get through to this red near the bault line? Can he get past the green and yellow? Obviously not. That's why he's looking for a red at this end of the table. Neither player can afford a mistake. Or if they do, they need a bit of luck. Well, that's okay for length, but of course that red being near the bault line just makes it that much easier for Michael Wasley to play a better safety shot and really put Ding Junhui in trouble here. If you can get that cue ball back to where it is now. Oh, he's knocked a red over the corner, didn't envisage that, and he's left it. Oh, you couldn't have envisaged that.
Your worst nightmare come true there.
You just never think about something like that, would you? You just think, well, as long as I get a good cue ball, you didn't expect to knock this red right over the pocket, so it's unmissable.
One.
Well, it was unmissable, but he's not good on the colour. This is missable.
Yes, if you hadn't clipped the pink there, he'd been on nothing. He'd have been in the middle of nowhere. At least he's got a chance of a pot. Once again, hasn't considered the safety side of it. He's going to go for them. He's got it. Oh, and he's wobbled his good ball in the corner pocket. Didn't want that. Not easy now.
He concentrated so much on the pot and was, in a way, just thinking if he potted it, it was bound to be on a red. Deciding frame, things don't always work out that simply. So he needs a good pot here. He's looking at the cut, but it's a thin one. He's got a red to the far right corner, which he doesn't seem to have looked at yet. Got to be careful he doesn't go in off in the middle of this.
Foul.
That was the problem.
Ding Junhui, 7. Michael Wasley, 4.
I'm with you, John. He didn't look at the red down into the green pocket, did he? I don't think he's seen the shot. He was, you know, his full concentration on taking that one on. It was a tough shot. Now then, this is a little bit dodgy, because the white, wherever he puts it, for this red into the left corner, he's going to have a lot of difficulty avoiding the kiss on the black. Tough shot. Big shot to go for at this stage.
14 points the lead. Went for it, confidently got it. Nice kiss on the black. He's on the pink. He's got a chance. He's got a chance. Now, what is he on?
7.
Well, the red that's closest to the cue ball will go to this right corner. It's a thin cut, but it will pot. I don't know whether he can get past the black to cut the red in just below the pink back into the right corner. I'd rather be playing the one to the that's closest to the cue ball. Well, he's going to play the snooker. Well, he's thinking clear under the utmost pressure. He's thinking very clearly, didn't want to take a risk. Didn't feel as though he wanted to play the pot, and that's a good snooker. And it's that tight to the black, I'm not certain the one cushion escape is on. .21 points behind his opponent at the moment, looking for 2 reds, 2 colours. Could be a hit and hope, this, if he can get to the top cushion.
He's having a close look if it's touching.
The referee doesn't declare touching. Well, he said it wasn't touching a few moments ago, but of course
It definitely wasn't touching.
it can nestle.
It wasn't touching, so I'm going to move it back. There, it's just a fraction off, okay? Wasn't touching when I first looked, man. It's just a fraction off.
And that's made a big difference. Because you couldn't have played off this cushion then if it was touching. You'd have to go off the side cushion, made it a lot more difficult. Not just to escape from it, but to get the ball safe as well. Can play this gentle and just drop on the red. Well, he didn't do that. Oh, when he got out of it. Could have gone anywhere, that one.
Good safety. Okay, I think this red just below the pink will go to the left corner, but if he plays it, he's got to be very wary of cannoning into the red on the right-hand side of the table. If he misses the red and cannons into that, this could be his last shot. Well, he missed the pot. Thankfully for him, he missed the cannon, and he's finished up snookering Michael Wasley on all 3 balls. How do you like them apples? Well, just over 7 hours match time. And you always look at the red that's closest to the cushion to see if you can nestle on that, but this red that's closest to the top cushion, okay, you could nestle on it, but if you just caught it wrong, you could knock it on. And he's got to be wary of the blue in the middle of the table. Well, that's nowhere near.
Foul in the miss. Ding Junhui 4.
He came off that cushion very straight then, didn't it? He couldn't have misjudged it by that much. Whichever red he tries to hit, he's going to have a great deal of difficulty, and I don't think Ding, he just certainly didn't play this shot to get behind the green, so that just irritates you a little bit when you're out there.
Change of heart.
Got the big stuff out.
Well, I thought he might be coming off the 2 cushions, but he's coming off the 2 cushions to try and hit these from behind.
Foul in the miss.
And that's
Ding
not
Junhui
worked
4.
out. And these points are all adding up in favour of Ding Junhui. The only reason I put that line up before is I just thought that if he hits this red near the top cushion, you could get it safe. Even coming off 2 cushions here, if he hits the right hand of the 2 reds, he could leave the other one onto the middle pocket. Does he catch the jaw? Yeah, that's the other problem he's got.
In the miss.
And Ding
Ding Junhui
Junhui
4.
is quite happy to take these 4-point penalties, because all of a sudden he's only 9 points behind now. This is a better line, but as I say, if he hits the right-hand red, he could leave 1 into the middle. As it turns out, maybe 1 to the corner. Well, at least he stopped giving the foul points away. Quick glance at the scoreboard. It's no easy clearance, even if he pots the red here.
Perfectly played for the black. Perfect angle on the black to get on the red behind the black spot. This is the chance.
Nice angle on this red now. A lot will depend, and Michael knows that, on the angle off this red on the black, because the last red, as it turns out, the one near the right-hand cushion, will be difficult to get on. So he's playing for the black in the same pocket as this red. That way, it makes it that much easier. Now, choice. I think he could disturb the red or just stun behind it. Maybe trying to move it. Tried to move it. Not certain about that choice. If he had the angle to move it, then he could have
16.
dropped behind it with a little bit of stun.
Yes, if you could have cannoned the red, John, and still not been on it.
Yeah.
As it was, you've got to leave yourself a pot at this stage.
So he's got a 7-point lead. But it's not over yet. And I cannot see him playing the double here on the red. So Michael Wasley will be thinking he'll get back to the table. Surely the double too risky. And it was.
Ding Junhui.
And he's
60.
played an excellent safety. Advantage, Ding Junhui. Good hit, he needs to get it safe, he needs the brown to come to his rescue. And it may have done. It may well have done. Yes, he can hit the red, but he can't pot it in the middle.
Yeah, luck always plays a part in any sport with his balls involved, and Ding had a lucky snooker earlier on. It could have turned this deciding frame. I know it's a bit of luck for Michael Wasley. The truth of it is that both of them have plenty of chances during the match earlier on.
Well, he may be forced into playing the pot here. The only problem is, and danger with this, if you could play the pot, and then the only red you could leave is the one you're playing, obviously, but there's always a chance of coming off the side cushion and going in off in the left middle here. He's got to be wary of that. Well, he could hit enough of it to just play the containing safety, but that and the initiative now to his opponent.
Yes, you can have a look at it and try and get behind some colours, but what he's got to do is keep the red ball in a safe position. If you can get a snooker as well, that's fine.
Yeah, the priority, as you say, don't leave a pot. Looking now to come top cushion first, but that to me is always a bit risky. I mean, if he got into it too much, the red could run into the pink. Or it could run into the pocket. What a fluke and what a time to get one. Dearie dear. We've seen everything now.
There's been so much drama in this final frame. He just had a feeling something strange was going to happen.
8.
Awful way to lose a match, a frame and a match, but it isn't one yet.
Cruel game. We've always said it's a cruel game. 1 point in the lead. Needs up to and including the blue for a famous victory.
10.
A shock. And one of the major contenders for the title, Ding Junhui, out of the tournament.
30.
Well, what can you do about that?
17.
And the blue to go 15 points in front with just 13 remaining.
22.
Well, Ding Junhui will be very disappointed with his performance throughout this match. But maybe he didn't deserve to lose like this. Well, it's not over yet.
22.
One snooker needed. If he doesn't get it, Ding Junhui,
Settle down, please.
Wasley has produced one of the biggest shocks ever at the Crucible. Shake of the head, he knows if he pots the pink. It was a handshake, back to the dressing room, and the slaps on the back. But one snooker. Under hit that by a long way.
Drop it slowly towards the pocket now, John.
Yeah, when there's pink and black on, I always believe you only get one chance of the snooker. Just roll it towards the corner, in or over. If it's in the jaws, you won't be getting a snooker from there. Not quite in the jaws, though. From Ding Junhui's perspective, if you can't get a snooker, make certain you get the object ball safe. But he'll try and get this cue ball off the baulk cushion, side cushion, in behind the black. I'll tell you what, it's a great line, it's a great line, and it's a great length. What a shot! Did he get a double kiss on the pink there?
As played, what a wonderful shot.
Unbelievable.
Well, if he's going to play this way, he should be playing to hit the right-hand cushion first before the pink. Gives him a better chance, I think. Hit it straight on or hit the cushion first. He's got it. Has he got it?
Oh. Great hit.
The tension is unbelievable here. 38 minutes this frame has been running so far, and it's been full of tension from start to finish.
Once again, trying to get this cue ball behind the black. This time he's left the pink in a potable position, so needs the snooker, and he's just about got it. Easy to hit, but believe me, anything can happen. Doesn't want to hit this too thin and going off. Oh! Dear me.
I'm not sure I can put up with all this excitement at midnight, John. It's a bit too much for us.
And it only happens here at the Crucible Theatre, Sheffield. This pink is going towards the middle. Needs the black to cover the out-potting angle again. And once again he's done it. It's an easy hit though. But as we saw from the last easy hit, you've got to be careful where that cue ball's going to finish. You won't want to hit this too hard. You don't want that cue ball running loose. Just about, is it? A lot thinner than he intended.
What a great effort, isn't it? I mean, he was more or less out. He's played 3, great snooker shots there behind the black from difficult positions. That's what champions do, they hold on.
Another good effort, but where's the pink going? It's over the middle, that's the end. Ding Junhui puts his head in his hands. He knows now he is out. His dream of being the world champion 2014 is over. And nice to see a little tap of the cue on the floor, and congratulations for Michael Wasley, who is absolutely over the moon delighted. Ding Junhui full of disappointment, but a fair play to him. He lost like a champion and a gentleman. Michael Wasley, one of the biggest shocks ever at the World Championship. He is in the Dafabet World Championship second round. What a performance! 10 frames to 9.